Am, puta, me olvidé del... Y ya empecé mal, era mi primera palabra en stream. Puta. Encuentros. Dos puntos. ¿Y cómo se llama este personaje? Kaveh. La que te cabe. Kaveh. A ver, le decía al Oscar que no me hable de pizza. Bueno, otra vez hablando de ti, de tú a tu Oscar.
La pizza.
De pizza.
Que lo que está diciendo
Que no.
pizza, aunque está envuelta, o sea, que sea pizza por dentro es calzone, ¿no? Según yo.
¿Calzone?
Ujú. Suena cagado, pero así es una comida el calzone, ¿no las tapas? Literalmente es como un burrito de pizza.
Que un chef en Italia te diga cómeme los calzones.
Te lo
Wow.
juro, suena muy pendejo, pero es cierto. Mira, te paso una imagen de un calzone para que veas que es esa mamada. Te juro, es pizza, pero...
Ujú.
O sea, no sabré cómo explicarlo. ¿Pizza cerrada? Es que... no sé si está bien dicho eso. Ahí está. Bueno, debí haberlo pasado por lo del chef. Bueno, funciona.
Ya, no,
Nada
no,
más
no,
es una imagen representativa.
ahorita lo veo.
Es inverted pizza, ¿sabes? Pizza invertido.
Este...
Pizzant.
Pixant. ¡Ey!
¿Cómo hay gente todavía subiendo contenido de over?
¿Cómo se llama?
Calzone.
A ver, entiendo por qué la forma. Ay, pero se me vino a la mente una pendejada, ¿no? Darme algo que no es realmente iba a... O sea, tiene la forma de triangular, pero no tiene sentido que le llamen calzón y los rellenen de cosas blancas y rojas. ¿Entiendes?
Entiendo.
Está muy cagado.
Ok.
¿Entiendes?
Así, entiendes, mensimo.
Está muy cagado. No. A ver, para los que recién vayan entrando. Calzones, pizza. Oye, se me antoja, ¿eh?
Te
Al
digo,
chile.
también se me antojó.
El de abajo no. No sé por qué.
Y el de arriba.
Pero venga, lo que le decía al Oscar al final de cuentas que ya no les conté. No me hablen de pizza porque estoy muy enojado. ¿Por qué?
¿Cómo qué?
Oscar,
Ajá.
desde la vez pasada, no sé si les dijo a ustedes que yo espero a un vendedor ambulante que pasa por aquí por la casa, así como los que venden tomates, verduras y cosas por el estilo.
Ujú.
Pero pasa vendiendo pizza. ¿Verdad, no? Eso está
Suena como
bien
algo que
chingón.
quisiera.
Sí, eso está muy chingón. Ha
O sea, he
pasado...
visto de dulces, de helados, tacos de canasta, eso siempre, sí, pero de pizza, jalo, ¿eh?
Aquí
O
suelen
sea, le
vender...
tendría cierto punto de desconfianza, no te voy a mentir.
Yo
Bueno,
igual, yo tendría cierto punto de desconfianza. Pero escúchame, hasta la de dólar, que es una porción por $1, está algo medianamente bien. Está buena. Hasta eso la otra vez la probé y mira, no tiene la misma textura que si la compras en un establecimiento dedicado para pizza, pero
ujú.
se deja comer y es buena. Y para sacarte el hambre o las ganas de pizza está muy buena, muy bien. Ahora, por aquí pasa un culero en moto
Ujú.
vendiendo pizza. Pero ese hueputa no quiere vender, cabrón.
Verde,
No quiere vender. ¿Sabes por qué?
por...
Como te dije, va en moto. O sea, si hijo puta pasa rapidísimo, cabrón. O sea, como que va a 40, 50 por hora.
Y vuela la pizza.
Güey, ese maricón, literal, lo escucho 8 porciones de pizza 3.50. Güey, puta, yo voy. corro. De hecho, en algún momento en esta tarde me oyeron decir, espérense un ratito, y me tiré los audífonos, básicamente.
Vaya.
Y fui a la ventana a ver si lo agarro, hijo de puta. No estaba ni siquiera la estela del polvo.
Vaya.
Y saben, llevo como ya un mes, 2 meses así. Y no puedo comprar una pinche porción de pizza, güey. Estoy muy enojado.
Verde, qué poca madre.
Estoy muy enojado.
De hecho, me dio hambre, cabrón. Voy a ver si hay algo.
Maldita sea. Oye, es que la neta, cuando tú te vas a comer.
Me desaparezco bastante. Es que regularmente es como de voy a comer de manera inicial, pero hago más actividades después.
Ya. Sí nos queda claro.
Mis disculpitas.
Como por ejemplo matar a la vaca.
Matar a la vaca. Yo primero la crío, ese es el pedo.
Ya. Bueno,
A ver,
dale.
Ahorita regreso.
Dale. Bueno, nos hemos quedado tantito solos. Quiero hacer esta especie de streams. De historias del Genshin. Pero bastante más informales. Quiero decir, con gente que me acompañe, que reaccione. ¿Saben por qué? Me he dado cuenta que, a ver, las historias son muy importantes. Dejarlas almacenadas en YouTube podría ser algo que se quede como bonito recuerdo, ¿no? Pero hay algo que veo que está afectando y es al público. Sinceramente, hay algo que no me agrada y es que creo que al público no le agrada tanto esa, entre comillas, formalidad que tienen ese tipo de streamings. Por lo que voy a comenzar a cambiar esa metodología para que sea un poco más dinámico, divertido, ameno, ¿saben? No ser tan serio, porque no somos ni siquiera profesionales. Pero eso, nada más eso les quería decir, amiguitos. Que intentaré cambiar esa metodología a partir de la misión de Kaveh, si es posible. Si no es posible, pues ya ni modo. Bueno, ya ni modo. Ahí está. Entonces, vamos a empezar con esto de Kaveh, el péndulo de la tristeza y la felicidad, el encuentro con Kaveh. Con compas, si es que se unen a charlar, pues chingón. Si no, pues igual como el Oscar, ¿no? Que de hecho ahorita le quería abrir conversa para estar un rato chilling, ameno. Pero se fue a comer, el cabrón, le di hambre. Maldita sea, nunca pensé que le daría hambre a algo que le diría yo. Es que con lo que estaba mostrando hace poco, lo de los calzones, se llama así la comida, no sé por qué. Solamente la forma triangular nada más. Pero eso. Es una pizza doble. Por arriba y por abajo. Y en el centro, lo que sería el contenido de encima de la pizza. Sí, se antoja, la verdad. El péndulo de la tristeza y la felicidad. Comenzar.
My intuition tells me that something very interesting is about to happen.
La sexta propuesta. Interesante. Voy a pasar por la mesa de encantamientos. Por la mesa de sintetizamiento. Sintetizado o como sea. Porque tengo la resina llena. Hecho. Antes de meterme. Oh.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's
Bueno,
much better than the
disfrutemos.
ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof, so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Ojalá encuentres otro genio que satisfaga tus demandas.
Young man, please wait.
No tradujeron esa última parte. ¿Lo notaron innecesario, tal vez? Se ve alicaído. Debería acercarme a ver cómo está. Ya digo, estos últimos encuentros se ven más frecuentemente a Lumin, ¿eh? No se veía eso. Siempre se veía como de que en primera persona. Y ahorita están utilizando la tercera persona. Me fallaron los encuentros, ¿eh? Todo chico palao.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Miren. Ahí está Lumin, güey. No debería de aparecer Lumin en pantalla. La verdad. ¡Lol! Está sin corazones.
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
Vamos a decirle la verdad. Debí discutiendo con una persona.
So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double-check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine, same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Un jugo estaría bien.
Wine and a glass of juice coming right up.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Parece que Kaveh habla con más franqueza después de unos tragos. Está...
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
A la verga.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your talk
Tonterías.
is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler?
¿La materialización del esfuerzo de su creador?
Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar. In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer.
A ver, luce desanimado y él vino solo, está importando las cosas que puedo hacer. Es lo mejor ir a lo seguro y hacer una pequeña sugerencia. ¿Qué tal si hacemos otra cosa para despejar tu mente?
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here.
Pensaba cambiar de profesión. ¿Por qué decidiste ser arquitecto?
Huh? Where did that come from? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. I'd say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time.
¿Crees que ella comprendería cómo te sientes ahora?
Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that. I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items, so I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Yeah. I should dig it out and take a look.
¿Puedo ir contigo?
Huh? Sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend. Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right? Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep things from you. Ugh, thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time trying to rekindle the passion for my craft. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. Do you think you'd find that too boring?
Oh.
All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live.
Más o menos.
Who knew that the day would come when I too would have some friends over? Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Alhaitham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill.
Pero Kaveh vive con Al-Hassan, ¿verdad? ¿Qué cosas? Saludos, Comandante Steve, bienvenido, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Yo ando tragándome una alita de pollo. Creo que aunque haga calor me voy a poner un pantalón largo. Porque, no sé, me anda rondando un mosquito por las patas. Y ese sentimiento no me gusta. Aquí, pasando nada. Ya. De hecho, me dijeron que los primeros 15 días de agosto un compa me iba a estar
Doing detective work means you gotta
Ay,
walk
pero
the walk.
no sé,
No.
iba a estar disponible para jugar cualquier cosa, así que es probable que juguemos juego en agosto en todo caso. ¿Cuánto dura el evento de juego? ¿Cuántos días? O bueno, ¿cuántos faltan?
Alhaitham isn't in, so
Okay.
feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
¿Estás bien?
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place.
Fontaine!
And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Wow, ella diseñó el palacio que hay en el puerto Hormuz. Esto es un dibujo, ¿no es un dibujo?
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormuz.
Bro, es un dibujo de de la construcción de allá de Puerto Hormuz. 25 días, no estaba tan lejos, entiendo. No, entonces sí les da tiempo a los amiguitos.
Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age. Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right?
qué lo preguntas?
Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. Ah, my building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over.
Vaya.
Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work.
No mames.
Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?"
Esta puerta es más grande que el tejado. Se supone que es parte del diseño y después, ¿qué pasó?
My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again?
Un cuaderno con una cerradura. Una cerradura como estas que viene con numeritos, ¿no?
Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Huh. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose?
¿Puedes abrirlo y echar una ojeada?
If only I could. I never managed to guess the password.
Después de tantos años, ¿nunca tuviste curiosidad?
Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be?
De hecho, el nombre. Vi 5 letras. O quién sabe. Dime un jefe. M10. Mío. ¿Tu cumpleaños?
I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like love you Kaveh, take care, and yours truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge.
Son albures. Te quiero mucho, Kaveh. Cuídate mucho, Kaveh. Mi Kaveh es el más guapo. Y con cualquier otra frase cursi que se me ha ocurrido, pero la cerradura nunca ha subido.
I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out.
Quizá no deberíamos centrarnos en eso ahora. Aquí hay dos líneas, dos bifurcaciones, Quizá no deberíamos centrarnos en esto ahora.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. Ah, I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life?
Bueno, eso
What do
puede
you
ser.
think?
Bueno, bien.
I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
¿Por qué en la academia? Voy a sufrir, pero ok. En efecto.
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
Tus palabras denotan cierta nostalgia.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
¿Por qué te gustaba venir a la casa de la Diana de señores?
If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations. Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Alhatham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various
Yeah, you did.
troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
Cancelador acústico.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now.
¿Cómo sigue la historia?
Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
A veces siente un tanto...
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait.
No nos queda otra que esperar.
Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down?
Un cliente le estaba dando dolores de cabeza.
Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself?
¿No crees que sea así?
He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles.
Entonces, ¿dónde está el problema?
Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kasharwar?
El malandrín. ¿Por qué?
Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something?
Un puente en arco. No lo entiendo.
Huh? Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You... In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzare.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth, everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
Te llevaré al Puerto Ormos, dijo. Dice... Alte Dealer Suguri... 46 billones de años. Healer. Level 3, no mames. Mark. Atacante. Ok. Fernet Vengadora. Fernet Ven... Esto va a ser algo... Una cosa bien... Sí.
Port Ormos.
¿Qué edificios has diseñado?
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example, that was one of my designs.
When
I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
Estoy seguro de que le gusta a la gente de Puerto Rico.
You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzaray was not perfect.
Arrepentirse significa tener mayores expectativas a futuro.
Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert?
¿A chinga? ¿No hay problema?
Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often visit. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
What? La Alte soy yo y la Fernet es el mismísimo ID Masters. Las multicuentas.
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Dale, me van a hacer brillar. Ahí está.
Back at ya! Eyes on me! Dare to mess with me? Have fun with this!
Bring it on! Confess! Fracture!
Maldita sea.
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazarzaray. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish.
Por no decir que no has perdido la pasión por la vida. A la verga.
Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain.
Ya
If
entiendo.
I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer.
Este es el Kaveh que yo conozco.
You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
¿Final? Final. Bajo el manto de estrellas, algún día mi sufrimiento acabará, igual que lo hace para todos en esta vida tan efímera. Lo único que queda de nosotros en el mundo son nuestras obras. ¡Wow! Lo estaba leyendo sin asimilarla. Me va a dar algo. Amiguitos, lo estaba leyendo sin comprender. Pero después, la última línea, lo último que queda de nosotros en el mundo son nuestras obras. Es profundo, ¿eh? Algún día mi sufrimiento acabará, igual que lo hace para todos esta vida tan efímera. Lo único que queda de nosotros en el mundo son nuestras obras. Wow, tremenda frase, ¿eh? Tremendísima frase. Qué pinche puto gay.
Doing detective work means you gotta walk the walk.
Ahora lo encuentro. Ay, no la guardé. Ve, les dije. Ahí se iba por dos. Ahí se iba por dos. Por dos lados. Wow, con la broma ya llevo 1 hora, güey. Qué bien, que así se pase la hora rápido, cabrón. Me permiten aquí. Son 2 caminos. Vamos a abrir el diario de la madre, ¿va?
High and low for evidence.
Vamos a abrir el diario de la madre de Kaveh. La que te cabe. Profundo mensaje. El de Kaveh. Uff. Me fascinó, ¿eh?
Al-Haytham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever.
¿Estás bien?
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into the... I'm happy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, obviously I wouldn't... now that I've said that out
No
loud,
seas tan confiado como
I
antes.
suppose I do have some level of artistic talent. Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. I admit that I may... And my building... Oh, I was super Unfortunately, it was only a few days later that he finally
después, ¿qué
gathered up the
pasó?
courage. My mother took me with... She didn't scold me... Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. This is my... When I was a child. Wonder why... If only I... Hey, it's not a matter of time. Who knows? Maybe this time. I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried my name. I've even tried stuff. I wouldn't try that route.
¿Y si le preguntamos a algún amigo suyo?
So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My
Professor?
mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadid.
Ajá, Hadi. Wow, tiene nombre muy hindú, ¿no? Muy de Mediterráneo. ¿Quién es?
You've never really heard of her? She's a famous Kashawar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadid published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most of her time around the Bimarstan area. Let's go take a look. We might run into her if we're lucky.
Lul. ¿Los años dorados? Los años dorados. ¿Cuál multi? ¿Qué? ¿Es lo de las multicuentas? Sí.
What am I supposed to do now? Forget it. I'll just head back.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Sino's adoptive father. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy as ever.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment. Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus, huh? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
You wanna come?
Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have
By the way, perdimos.
that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time.
Ni modo.
It might be best if we don't get involved.
Primera vez.
Granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a look.
Hi there.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well. It had all the potential to become the best tomato
Abuela,
this
por
year.
favor, modérese.
You cut it straight from the vine.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here could refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Enough nonsense! Just come out and face me, you coward!
You're out of your mind.
Sal y dame la
If you've
cara,
done
cobarde.
something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
No me digas que...
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Ahem! Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook. For now.
Señora.
Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation.
Señora.
He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Parece que usted tampoco es un angelito.
Yes, of course.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
¿Por qué?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and
Sensible y vulnerable.
heart underneath. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the first time. She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front.
XD.
But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend.
Algo que nunca
She said
olvidaré.
something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning."
LOL.
If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas.
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
Reconocimiento.
I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
Yeah.
What are you trying
Ya intenté
to do?
ambos, pero no funcionan. Me confirmó de que ambos no están bien. Y eso que solamente le di a uno.
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again.
Es como si ella estuviera enfrente mío otra vez.
Too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Faranak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows.
Al final de cuentas, tener un compañero de vida
But she ended up choosing
es
your
importante.
father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all
Compañía.
we need is just companionship.
Tal vez era eso lo que te quería decir.
Huh. It worked.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranek could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
Dame se apresura a vaciar el diario de una página tras otra, despliegan no sé qué.
Deed's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother.
¿Cómo? Brother, es Tignari, Kaveh, Al-Hassan y... Vaya, se me fue el nombre, Zaino.
This blonde man was probably my father. But who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar?
Ahora que lo dices, sí.
From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet.
Wow.
Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few lines written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said, but I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people, especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seemed she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
Recuerda que lo más importante es estar acompañado. Uy. Esa señora tiene mi filosofía.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Paradis Diab?
¿Acaso pensabas rechazar su invitación?
The thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad. Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words.
En parte tiene razón, pero
don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible.
Esto no es completamente cierto, ¿eh? Soy mayor que todos ellos, debería dar ejemplo e inspirar confianza. Yo trabajo con personas mucho mayores que yo. Hay personas en el trabajo donde, por ejemplo, tienen 50 años que podría decirse que no son tan experimentadas o habladas como yo en muchos casos. Y no es que yo sea la gran cagada, ¿eh? Pero me refiero a de que esas personas que me deberían dar ejemplos realmente no me dan un ejemplo. Pero yo no me río ni me burlo de eso. Sino que más bien yo comprendo porque probablemente no tiene la experiencia. Probablemente no sea su punto fuerte. No sé. Ser mayor, cuando ya eres mayor de edad, o sea, ya cumples tus 20 años, por ejemplo. Tener más edad o tener menos edad no significa tal vez que el menor de edad tenga que aprender de un mayor de edad. O sea, de una persona que tenga más edad. A veces puede ser todo lo contrario. Un mayor de edad puede confiar y aprender de una persona con una mente más fresca, que tenga otro punto de vista. Esa es mi manera de pensar. Yo tampoco me cierro en plan solamente voy a querer trabajar con personas de mi misma edad. En el trabajo es así. Yo no tengo amigos solamente de mi rango de edad. No tengo amigos solamente de 28, 27, 26, 25 años, 28, 29, 30, 31 años. Sino que tengo amigos de 50 años. Tengo amigos de 18 años, de 17 años, 16 años. Incluso le he dicho a mi sobrina, que es la mayor de todos mis sobrinos, que ella me puede tratar como un amigo. No porque suene mal, sino que porque en esta vida necesitamos comunicarnos, necesitamos expresarnos para poder tal vez encontrar una solución a un problema que puede que no se presente, pero que esté ahí y que indagando te puedas dar cuenta que eso es un problema. Vamos a ver. ¿Conoces a alguien menor que yo? No lo sé. No sabría decirte. Creo que sí. Que no sea dentro de mi familia, claro. Creo que sí. Que lo podría considerar amigo. Pero Tignari se dio cuenta con solo verte. Es normal que los amigos se ayuden mutuamente.
You're not wrong, but I keep feeling like I haven't really helped them much in return.
Ay, me equivoqué. Un momento. Siempre lo paso bien cuando estoy contigo.
Wait, do you mean it? You're not making fun of me, are you? I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. Wait, by fun, did you mean... You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Pardis DI.
Por ahí escuché en un anime una frase de un abuelo que le decía a su nieto: no debes quedarte solo. Un hombre nunca puede quedarse solo. Debe buscar compañía. Hablamos de compañía del mismo sexo, como amigo. Hablamos de compañía del sexo opuesto, como pareja. De cualquier tipo de compañía, pero un hombre, el ser humano, necesita compañía. Por naturaleza necesita compañía. Me está agradando esta misión, ¿eh? Es muy simple, pero a la vez es profunda con el tema de del sentimiento de compañía. No me estoy expresando de manera correcta, lo sé. Pero me cachan por ahí más o menos lo que quiero decir. Está muy bien. La estructura de la... es para pensar, señores. Durante bastantes años, de hecho, dato curioso, sí es cierto, durante muchos años, desde 2012, 2011, a ver, yo tengo una persona, un amigo, es el Sebas Uchan 64, que lo conozco desde que yo tenía 8 meses. 8 meses de nacido. Adivinen qué. Desde que él nació. Entonces, yo siempre me he comunicado con él. Nos llevamos muy bien. Y de hecho, cuando los dos por fin tuvimos internet, llegamos a utilizar Dolby Atmos antes de Discord, antes de Skype. Nuestra sala de preferencia era Dolby Atmos. Se podían crear salas como Discord, como los voice chat de Discord. Y siempre estábamos conectados ahí. Quiero decir, si uno encendía la computadora, inmediatamente se conectaba a ese chat. Inmediatamente. Era yo, literal. Le conectaba a la computadora e inmediatamente me iba a ese chat. Si él estaba, perfecto. Si él no estaba, luego cuando él se conectase, él entraba y comenzábamos a charlar. Como si viviéramos juntos, básicamente. ¿A qué voy con esto? De que en mi travesía por internet yo siempre estuve acompañado de Sebas, acompañado al menos por vos con Sebas, y hemos jugado, hemos jodido en internet, escrito y ha hecho un montón de estupideces en internet que ya verás. Y antes, mucho antes de la tecnología de computadoras e internet, yo iba a su casa o nuestros padres organizaban para reunirse y obviamente nos reuníamos los dos y nos poníamos a jugar videojuegos o juegos de mesa, juegos ya sea didácticos, no sé cómo expresarlo. El caso es de que esa persona, Sebas y yo, hemos tenido un apego tal que podemos decirnos cualquier cosa sin ofendernos, sin llegar a... ¿Saben? Somos como una especie de catalizadores para ambos. el cual si él tiene un problema, él me lo dice, si yo tengo un problema, yo se lo comento para encontrar algún consejo que podría ser bueno, ya sea de mi parte, consejos de tecnología o de vida o de la vida o consejos de cosas. De parte de él, igual puede ser consejos de estudios, consejos de áreas que no domine. ¿Me hago entender? No es una dependencia de uno al otro, sino como un puedo contar contigo, ¿sabes? Eso puede sonar mal, de hecho, la dependencia de uno al otro. Pero no, realmente no. No dependemos uno del otro, pero sí podemos contar el uno con el otro. Para cualquier cosa. Claro que tenemos nuestros límites, ¿no? Por ejemplo, si él trabaja, no podría yo decirle, hey, te quiero en este momento, en este mismo instante, jugando cualquier estupidez. No, porque sé que él trabaja. A lo mismo, él no me puede decir en este momento te necesito conectado porque puede que yo esté haciendo alguna otra actividad, yo esté en streaming o cosas por el estilo. De hecho, hace muy poquito tiempo, el día de ayer, estuvo conversándome de algo bastante interesante. Digamos, ligeramente peligroso. Pero claro, teníamos ese contacto. Y mientras yo estaba en streaming, yo estaba contestándole. Porque pues puede contar conmigo, ¿no? Nadie se dio cuenta de eso, ¿eh? El día de ayer que me aventé 7 horas, pues estaba conversando con él. Porque puede contar conmigo. A lo que vamos. Los amigos son más importantes de lo que creen. El ser humano no debe andar solo. Porque incluso andar solo puede perturbarte. Mentalmente. Puede joderte mentalmente. Puede llevarte al caos mental. Y sí me ha pasado muchas veces que yo me he quedado solo. Pienso de más. Y no sé. Me pierdo. Me hundo en mis pensamientos y luego resulto en... ¿por qué estoy aquí? ¿Saben? Pero venga. No quiero darles esa sensación en este momento. El mensaje... ¿Qué carajo? El mensaje es... El mensaje es un hombre, o en este caso, un humano, no debería andar solo. Siempre debe estar acompañado o respaldado de alguien. De un humano, de otro humano. Ya sea del mismo sexo como amigo, amiga. Del sexo contrario como amigo, amiga o pareja. Siempre tiene que encontrar a alguien con quien contar. Continuemos, amigos. Después de 10 minutos de reflexión, creo. Necesitamos continuar esto. Vaya, era en el jardín de ahí y no era en el bosque.
Oh, Hatham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Are you sure? All right then. I guess we won't.
Y ahorita viene, ¿verdad?
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardistii?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kaveh's studies. I wanted to
¿Qué?
thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Estamos aquí para celebrar el término del primer periodo escolar de Kaveh. Quería darle las gracias por la ayuda que le han brindado.
Then where's Kaveh?
Nicolai.
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase will go as well as the first.
Me identifica, ¿eh? Entonces, siendo franco, no estoy seguro de que el segundo periodo vaya a ir tan bien. Me identifica. Los segundos periodos no me van bien, hombre. ¿Por qué? Los segundos periodos escolares nunca me fueron bien. Excepto en mi 9º año de estudio. De estudios, sí. En mi 9º año de estudios fue la excepción porque el segundo periodo fue el mejor de todos los tiempos. Incluso estuve en cuadro de plata. O sea, quiero decir, de mi salón, el tercer mejor alumno del salón. Nunca había logrado eso. Pero venga, nunca me fueron bien los segundos periodos. Me identifico.
The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it.
Claro, era porque me confiaba. El primer periodo era bueno, pero el segundo periodo ya era... Te meten la rieta.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited Al-Haytham?
Yes, I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Ajustar el ritmo de la clase.
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Al-Haytham for his opinion. But...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Eso es cierto. Hay profesores que... No, esto es cierto. Hay profesores, y me pasó hasta en la universidad, que te dicen: alumnos, el día de hoy van a aprender lo siguiente. Miren, este es un ejemplo. ¿Vieron el ejemplo? Va. 5 ejercicios para la casa. Ok, continuamos con el siguiente. También van a aprender esto. ¿Ven este ejemplo? Perfecto. Otros 5 ejercicios para casa. Y así. Brother, yo así no aprendo. Yo necesito... ¿qué voy a aprender? Ejemplos. Ponerla en práctica junto con el profesor para que el profesor se dé cuenta de en qué estoy fallando, en qué la estoy cagando. Y practicar y practicar y practicar. y que se me quede algo en la cabeza. Y luego, ya podría decir yo, bueno, vamos al siguiente punto. Profesores malditos, hombre, quieren otorgar las clases e irse lo más rápido posible y dejar a los alumnos ahí en un vacío inmenso. Oye, esta misión me está identificando un montón, ¿eh? Al menos tengo a Kirara, hijo de la verga. Hijo de puta. Mi profe de historia pone un PowerPoint y esa es su clase. No explica, no profundiza. Pone el power y listo. Y ya. He conocido profesores así. De programación. No mames. Que son así.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
You're saying the only reason you came is to help Tighnari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kaveh will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kaveh manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Ksharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spontamad is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
No, señor.
And what about Amorta? That's the darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 darshans. In your opinion, which darshan would be the best choice for Kaveh?
Lo primero que pruebe el segundo periodo.
Well said.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kaveh has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure
Orientación.
you don't become an architect on the front page of that.
Escribe, no te conviertas en arquitecta en la primera página. Oh, puta. ¿No más tu profesión, Kaveh?
You're right. I can't deny that.
Ah, la verga.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
Todos disfrutan de una cena placentera.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
Kaveh se emborracha muy fácilmente.
Have you considered finding another client?
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some mora?
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
Aquí dice.
No. That's not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you another.
No.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Dios mío. Reunión ociosa. Compartirás alegrías y emociones, y los recuerdos positivos te ayudarán en los tiempos largos y difíciles. Y de fondo viene Cole. ¡Ey! ¡Ey! Es la imagen de la mamá. Literal en ese orden. Tignari. Kaveh.
There's something in the air. Something that
Al-Hassan y Zaino. Perdón, estoy en modo seguro. Quiero decir, primero pienso antes de hablar. Por eso no puedo soltar nombres a lo random. Volver al encuentro. Y es una sola línea, Pues, ¿qué mensajes más bonitos están dando aquí, Al menos esta línea, ¡puf! ¡Qué bonitos mensajes me están dando estos! Estos dos finales han sido muy bonitos. No quiero que los otros finales sean malos, Lo van a hacer, créeme, puta madre. Es que han dejado un mensaje muy profundo y bonito a la vez. Y por eso incluso he estado dando reflexiones, ¿saben?
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern?
Te vi discutiendo con una persona.
To anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime,
Nah,
it's no good for your health.
simplemente venía detrás de ti.
So you saw all that, did you? Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss,
Pensé que esa era otra línea temporal.
Wine in a...
I know you're already keeping us. That guy, though. Another glass.
You've got it.
It really is, but perhaps getting. I would spend a lot. I suppose that all of this makes.
Here's your drink.
Boss.
The meaning of... Anyway, I don't...
What do you think?
Híjole, con esto lo mato, Yo tampoco sé de esas cosas.
No worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe it was never a correct answer in the first place.
A ver, luce desanimado y el vino solo está empeorando las cosas. ¿Qué puedo hacer para animarlo? Es mejor ir a lo seguro desde una pequeña sugerencia. Y si vamos juntos a intentar convencer al cliente. Ahí va otra línea.
Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design. And all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me.
No creo que lo hiciera para complicarte la vida.
Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my frustration. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. Let's go have another talk with him. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
¿En Puerto Hermos?
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me. It's just...
Just what?
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Ya por dónde va el asunto.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again. Just please hold on for a second. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, Please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get.
Déjame te saco el tiempo de cuánto tiempo lleva comiendo.
Might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client after all. You should have the final say on how the project.
Lleva 1 hora 40 minutos comiendo.
Want to build something unique.
Está muy grande esa
something
riata.
Quiet and warm inside.
No, la vaca.
A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task.
Andaba viendo muchas críticas de juegos hechos en RPG Maker.
That's a bit more information than last
Como por ejemplo el Omori.
But it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this.
Yo también quiero
We've
subirme
gone
al tren
through
del mar.
many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
Yo está escondiendo algo.
I also have a similar feeling.
Me lo noto si lo seguimos.
Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part. That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Sigue el cliente. Oh, va.
Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking.
Exploras los alrededores con Kaveh, pero no encuentras ningún rastro de Badawi.
Hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Eremite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape. I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter beasts, I'm your man.
You used to be an Eremite mercenary?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and we'll do our best when given a job.
Let me think. I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest.
Se viste de otro. Imagina que te duermes, te enamoras y no existe. ¿Qué pasa, Sergio? Duermes, te enamoras, te despiertas y no existe. Puta, el hambre me hace pensar mal. ¿Qué te pasa, Sergio? ¿Cómo te está entonces? ¿Qué? Vale. Hola, buenas tardes.
We meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right, and I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, So I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland.
¿De verdad tenías que ocultárnoslo?
I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make Mora by scamming people, so I decided to reach out to you.
Interesante.
By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin. And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation have gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals.
Hay gente mal en todos lados.
Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough Mora to pay for the design you proposed. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal as well. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough Mora to meet the budget.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up, and you find yourself stuck with no emergency fund?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read, and the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge.
Parece que este proyecto es muy importante para ti.
A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who's spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life, and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, I can imagine that. My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time, I still sensed many critical looks in my direction. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what we can do?
Tal vez otros comerciantes estén dispuestos a patrocinar el proyecto.
Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the library? That does make sense. A library is a big project, and it's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's mora. What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find these sponsors?
Well, you're right. If I really think about it,
I'm
not too familiar with many big-name merchants.
¿Qué tal de Dory?
Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this.
Quizás ella pueda presentarnos a otros comerciantes.
Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
Fresh fruits and veggies.
Curioso. Dice, mira el conche su madre, el Chemster hace directo. Me metí porque estaba aburrido y quería hablar. Le cayó el directo a Jensen. ¿Cómo así? Qué mal. A Genshin le hace la opción, le hace falta la opción del por 2 con tanta charla como el Star. Si le ponen un por 2 a las charlas, no voy a entender ni madres. Dejémoslo así. Dejémoslo así. Lo que sí le falta un botón de skip. Eso sí. Vea pata culero, no mames. Termina el texto y ¡pum! Publicidad. Tengo que controlar mejor eso. Hola Vlad, puta madre, Jensen estaba escribiendo y se le jodió el OBS. Wow. ¿Escribiendo? Streameando. Ah. Hasta crees que voy a ir a pata. Ojalá no sea nada grave. Ojalá solamente sea problema del programa y ya está. El OBS.
Dice el Oscar que se va a bañar y que ahorita le cae el For the King.
Ay, ¿cómo les digo que tengo 2 de 5?
¿2 de 5 qué?
Historias del Genshin. Y tengo que completar las 5.
Pa'l rato, ¿no? Más entretenido For the King, ¿sí o no, raza? ¿Sí o no?
Bueno, entonces voy a hacer speedrun.
Ay, de aquí a que se bañe, el Oscar sí es conocido por bañarse lento. Bueno, no es que se bañe lento, es que hace un pinche ritual pendejo.
¿Cómo fue la pendejada que dijiste el otro día, güey?
No me acuerdo cómo empezar.
Pero empezabas así bien lento, güey. Como de que te quita la ropa.
La ropa, se lima las uñas, se pinta los pinches codos, se pone cremita, se echa una caca,
Exacto.
va cerote a cerote, se limpia la cola, guarda el agua a bañarse. No me acuerdo exactamente cómo era.
Se entra a bañar, pero recoge el agua con un balde. Se enjabona así bien lento. Se enjuaga. Antes de salir del baño recoge el agua. Antes de salir del baño se limpia los dientes. Era algo con el cepillo, güey. Se limpia los dientes, se lava los dientes. Agarra el cepillo, se lava la cola con el cepillo. Era algo con el cepillo y la cola, güey.
Ya. Ahora.
La verdad. Dice, yo termino de leer más rápido de lo que hablan. Yo también, pero es que el arte o sea, yo aprecio
el arte de amar.
Yo aprecio el doblaje, está bien hecho y además quiero escuchar lo que cuentan los personajes porque hay líneas en donde no están traducidas, no está en el texto y se las voy diciendo, las que voy entendiendo se las voy diciendo para que haya mejor comprensión.
A mí me gusta escuchar las monas. Y si me esquipeo el diálogo, o sea, si me esquipeo el texto, también esquipeo el diálogo.
En efecto. Empecé una partida de Project Zomboid y justo delante hay una casa bardeada. O sea, loot del bueno, entiendo. ¿2 de 5 horas o qué? No, 2... Oh, la pirca, cada historia me está llevando 1 hora, sí, cierto. Güey. Dile al Jamster que estaba jugando Fortnite también antes de que valiera más de esto todo. ¿Qué? También me baño a jicarazos. Pero eso es otro... Eso es otro asunto. El Oscar es que es detallista. Al bañarse. Ese güey se lava el ombligo con cotonetes. Y no le veo nada de malo, pero... Híjole.
What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely
That's exactly right! Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll...
You're hopeless.
Vamos a la cuestión por la que estamos aquí.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me?
Queremos que nos presentes a otros comerciantes.
Merchants. Why?
Explicas al proyecto de construcción de Adore.
See, so you're just looking for someone to help you.
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you
No
wouldn't
dijo nada,
refuse
cállate, ve.
Sure, I can connect you with some folks, but with
A fee? You mean just for
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation. Since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount.
Medio millón.
About 500,000 Mora.
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before... Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your
Very well. 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you. Just...
Gracias.
Thank you.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Y recién voy un corazón, no mames.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here, but since...
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert.
So it's a public welfare project?
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free.
So what? You can't possibly. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it your.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring
El
this
cliente de Kaveh puede promover sus negocios en el desierto.
So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure?
Well, just speaking for myself,
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library...
Wouldn't that just...
Yes, but in that...
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would a whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes...
And you just believe anything?
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone...
You...
XD. Debería empezar las cosas antes de preguntar nada. Todas las preguntas si están relacionadas con el tema en cuestión. Es lo mismo.
Hey, why are you starting to sound like I'll hate them?
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library, but it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location.
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market.
But if you...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other...
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas...
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own.
Hey, God! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends after all.
¿Los negocios?
Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. Looks like we'll have to figure out some other...
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it?
Where did I put the delivery?
El precio de un deseo. Esperen, tengo un deseo.
Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier, I take it you weren't able to find a sponsor.
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock us.
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sangama Bay really do such a thing? I will. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns.
But this isn't just a business project. Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me $5?
You might want to remember...
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different...
All right, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with a... In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all...
What? So, where...
Follow me. Oh,
Ok. Estoy saltando los diálogos a la velocidad que estoy leyendo, por si acaso. ¡No! ¿Cómo que caminar? ¡Vete! ¡Ey! ¿No era la misma chica de antes? ¿Quieres saber algo raro pero gracioso del directo? A ver. ¿Qué pasó exactamente? Tell me. Tell me what happened.
this is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous...
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru.
Es ella misma.
Huh? So you meant yourself all along?
Well, some thought, and that complex of education and culture buildings that you mentioned does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own, but that's not really a problem.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly?
The reasons are not important. What's important, however, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy.
I get it, I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read.
¿Estás muy feliz?
Of course. There are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people. I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which, now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built? That...
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document to find the lot.
Huh? The deed?
No me digas que...
So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything
¡Hija de su puta
madre!
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me.
XD.
I had no idea what to build on all those lots.
Verde, pinche acaparadora de mierda.
So, from my
Bien jugado.
perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
Esta tipa debe estar en la cárcel.
Commission fees!
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to Kakas. We mustn't procrastinate. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I am so touched, really.
Daría, eres una desgraciada.
That you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately...
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed.
Fine. I'll drop the argument on the commission. I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it.
Qué estupidez, trato hecho. Espera y verás cómo desquito mi comisión. Verga. ¿Secretos? Bueno, esto puede terminar más rápido de lo que parece. ¿Clientes? ¿Secretos? ¿Secreto? ¡Ojo! Dice, empezó a fallar después de que Jamster leyera Niña tetona con actitud tsundere. ¡No mames! Y esa creo que sé cuál es. ¿A quién se hace referencia? Contexto, alguien estaba escribiendo una personaje que tenía un deck de trenes. ¿Trenes? Y a Jamster le maman los trenes, por eso hablamos de ese deck. ¿Deck? ¿De qué cosa? ¿Qué mierda con esa niña? Es una genio del mal, ya sé. Oye, carnal, ¿no has tenido pedos con el OBS? No. Realmente no. A no ser que me digas que no lo has actualizado en siglos. Llegó un muerto. Hijo de la... Qué raro, el internet me agarra chingón. Pero lo acabo de instalar, lol, entonces no tengo la más mínima idea.
Aló, aló, aló.
We meet
Hey,
again.
Jamster, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué rollo?
That's what we wanted to ask
Güey, no sé
you.
qué pedo,
Who are
güey.
you?
Estaba
Why did
escribiendo
you
bien
dress up
Agustín
like a
Iturbide, güey.
merchant to talk to me about our
¿Y qué
project?
pasa, güey? Que me dice, chinga su madre, va a caer, güey.
There's no need
Y
for
no
us
me
to
voy a
continue
recuperar
this
nunca, voy a
project if
tener
you still
cuadros
want to
perdidos y la
leave me.
chingada, güey. Reinicié todo, hasta la compu y aún así, güey. Ya, tengo el internet bien, la compu bien. El OBS está fallando y ya, lo cortó, dije.
Un VPN con... ¿Ya hiciste con Restream?
Ya, con Restream, ajá.
O sea, ¿ya lo hiciste con Restream?
¿Ya?
Y aún así
Ya,
no te
bien.
agarra.
No, no me agarraba.
Cambiaste de
¿De región no?
región. No.
No.
Pues hazlo. Igual y estás en una región que que tienes problemas.
Ah,
Haz lo
es que yo
siguiente.
siempre lo... Ajá.
Que lo pones en autodetectar. No ponga. No me digas.
No, yo lo tengo en Texas porque es la que me tiene mejor ping.
Ya, pero a veces el mejor ping puede no ser bastante estable. Haz lo siguiente. Ya te voy a pasar una página. Deme un momento los del stream, un momento.
Ok. Hola, James Switch me eliminó la cuenta, dice el Sergio. Ah, caray.
Restream.
Dije, sí, porque al Rola también se le cayó stream, güey. Dije, capaz que es el OBS y te vi a ti, güey, en stream. Y dije, pues, caray, ¿cómo está el pedo este?
Ya,
Y el Rola no transmite en restream.
Curioso. Igual puede ser por el inbound de... O sea, son de México. Es la única... es lo único parecido que tienen. Pero y si mandan el... Pero y si mandan el inbound por otro sitio, igual si les jala. Dame un momento. Settings.
Ok.
Facturación, configuración de transmisión.
Aparecerá Rola terminó temprano, es el Lucario Alfa. Ah, yo pensé que... Es que como me dijeron en el chat que también se había caído el Rola.
Ah, vaya.
Lo que pasa es que terminó el stream porque se le cayó.
Métete a esa página con tu cuenta logueada, obviamente. Y mírate cuál es el mejor ping, el segundo mejor ping. O tu mejor ping. Y si coordina con tu región. O sea, con la que tenías seleccionada, con Texas. Por cierto, dale clic al run test. Para que haga de una vez a todos.
Me sale negativo todos, güey, ¿qué pedo?
What?
Sí, güey, me sale menos 300 y menos 200. O sea, ya ni siquiera de ping, o sea, me sale ping negativo, güey, lo peor de todo, güey. That's really fucking weird, man.
Oh, esto es genial.
Esto no es posible, ¿eh? No, esto no es posible. Hay algo mal en el restream.
Entonces el restreamer que anda valiendo verga.
No,
güey.
espérate. Es que yo estoy streameando a través del restream. O sea, no hay un problema real, sino que ahorita que me vengo dando cuenta. Voy a compartir pantalla.
¿Estás viendo en YouTube, tú, Vlad?
Sí, en YouTube y en... Por eso, a través del restream.
Simón, yo no sabía que streamas por stream, güey. Yo pensaba que por Twitch.
No. Puro Twitch cuando no son historias. Es una ocasión especial, pues. A ver, comparto esto. Dice esto que el autodetectado es 61. Y eso es Sao Paulo. 61. Yo no tengo ese ping a Brasil. Y además me pone Sao Paulo por la cercanía. Pero en teoría mi geografía, por cercanía sí, es Sao Paulo. Pero por cercanía de red, mi mejor ping es el de Estados Unidos este.
Esta.
Este de aquí. Pero hey,
Washington.
yo no tengo 15 de ping a Washington, ni de pedo. Aquí súmenle 50 de ping.
300 a la verga.
Aquí súmenle 50 de ping. Brasil, na. Todo da puta. No, qué chingados.
¿En primero tiene internet en Brasil? No, mentira.
Hijo de... Usted filo de la puta. Macaco. Va a jugar el Mortal Kombat de compu. Mejor me espero que tengas buena memoria porque va a pesar 100 GB. Ya lo tienes también.
Tengo... no Mortal Kombat pues sale hasta septiembre. Lo voy a comprar en Xbox.
Ya tiene... ¿cómo se llama?
Ajá.
Chingos de almacenamiento.
Güey, ya tengo 2 teras, güey. Y más los 120 GB del otro SSD.
O sea, ¿sí te entra entera?
Sí, en 1024 megas, güey. En 1024 GB, perdón. O sea, entera.
Qué raro, ¿eh? O sea, sí es raro esto.
Digo, no, déjate tú que todo ping negativo, que sé por qué vergas, güey. No, como que ahorita como que me jugó chueco esa madre, güey.
¡Ay, no, las pruebas! Es cierto que se me cae el stream si hago pruebas. Porque obviamente...
Otra lista de stream muertos a la verga ahorita, güey.
Es que obviamente si hago pruebas al sitio, al sitio donde estoy streameando, va a chupar a internet. Mucho internet.
Pues.
Ahí le entra entera. Vaya.
Ay, cabrón.
Pues yo te recomendaría que de los otros...
¡Ah, se mamó!
O sea que, por ejemplo, si tienes en Texas, lo hagas en otro central. Por ejemplo... espera, no hay otro central. ¿Qué pedo?
Por eso.
Entonces sale en San José, en West.
Bueno, pues chinga su madre. Puro West Coast.
O en Seattle, no sé, en...
Seattle.
Seattle. ¿Es Seattle o Seattle? Seattle. Vaya. Yo siempre lo conozco.
Chinga su madre, Seattle. Hablamos español, chingada madre.
Ya. Yo recomendaría San José, California.
¿Del Cabo? Sí, aquí está cerca.
No. Pero venga. Inténtalo con eso para ver. Oh, de hecho, ahí tienes el test. El botón de test. En la página que te acabo de pasar.
¿El botón de qué?
El botón de test.
Es el pedo, le doy botón test y se queda infinitamente cargando esa chingadera, probándola, güey.
Oh.
O sea, no sé qué pedo pasó con mi... No sé si sea mi conexión, mi computador, no sé qué chingados, pero como que hoy dijo, lo voy a
Simplemente es el inbound. O sea, la salida de tu internet hacia los servidores del Restream. Por eso te digo, prueba con alguno de ellos. El que te deje.
Lo banearon todo México.
Puede igual
güey,
ser...
¿Te imaginas, güey? O sea, de que a la verga, güey,
Me ha pasado. En Ecuador...
No, que me hayan tumbado el stream por andar diciendo pendejadas, güey. A propósito, güey. Pero he hecho cosas peores el Uriel y no lo toman a él, güey.
Híjole, ¿verdad?
Y le cayó a la policía aparte, güey.
Who the fuck es el Uriel?
El mejor youtuber del mundo, güey. Él es de otra persona, porque eso le sigue chupar a él, güey.
Ningún pinche youtuber tiene derecho.
Exactamente, y él menos.
Lived in the desert my entire life. To the point that you even
Güey, es que la neta el pinche Uriel es una verga, güey.
Playing it safe. When I first, someone agreed to take on the. After that, I spent a while collecting. By the way,
just a hunch. I ran into some. He said that he had, and after that, he even, according to him,
those kinds of.
It's ultimately neither of our experience. Yeah, anyway,
That's what I was. I've done the math, so. To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. All I want is to build this. A while ago, I know the death. So even if the.
My father passed away. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the dead. But let's bring the building it according to the.
Y probamos con un estilo diferente. Claro. Esa es la otra ruta.
Give me a minute. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable, and to completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badawi's sentiment. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining
por el video que
fundamental
reaccionaste
elegance,
porque ahí salía la N palabra. No, ma.
the arches and stone pillars,
Se murió.
but changes elsewhere.
Fue el mero inicio del video y aparte después hablan de palabra en español aparte, no en inglés.
No, sí se está cayendo, Jim. Sí te estás cayendo.
Oh, joder. A ver, ¿me escuchan?
Nah, hazte lo siguiente. ¿Ya reiniciaste el modem?
Pósate un huevo.
No.
Te va a pegar, güey.
Es la primera vez que te lo dice, tienes que hacer.
Acabo de reiniciarlo, güey.
No, igual es problema temporal.
Simón, debe ser una pinche mamada ahí del Total Play, que andamos a los pinches puertos ahí, andamos, quién sabe, ahí chingados arreglando, güey. Digo, chale, todo el rato, o sea, tengo como, que será un chingo sin streamear, güey, justo el día que puedo streamear, güey, ni modo, güey. Tocó chingarte, güey. Bueno, al menos ya tenía 2 horas y media streameando, ya tenía buen rato, así que no faltaba mucho tampoco.
Ya.
No faltaba mucho tampoco. Pero sí está bien entrado, güey, está bien chile la plática, güey.
Ya, odias cuando te cortan inspiración.
Sí, güey, de acá estás hablando de chile con los...
Puteatelo al Lucario, no voy a leer eso.
A ver qué se... Hijo de tu pinche madre, pinche Lucario, ven pa' acá, güey. Te voy a hacer lo que le hizo Jeffrey Epstein a sus víctimas. ¡A la verga! ¡A tu madre!
Ah, pero ese no, dice.
Pero ese no, dice.
¡Ah! Oye, otra vez lo leí de nuevo y me volvieron a voltear la tortilla. ¿Qué dije?
¡Ay!
¿Qué? Espera, ¿qué dije?
Tú te estás chingando solo, güey.
No, es que, espera, hablando de eso, porque lo dije a propósito, pero dije, ¿me volvieron a voltear?
La tortilla.
Me volvieron a voltear. Black.exe de Fontaine.
Black.exe, está maldito, güey.
¿Qué pasó, carnal? No, que muy pussy destroye. Lo que pasa es que me trabé ahí. O sea, lo dije a propósito, vuelvo y lo digo. Pero me crashé cuando dije lo volvieron a voltear. Es como que de vuelta a voltear. No, me crashé al cerebro. Perdón. Hasta tengo que releer esto porque no me acuerdo de lo que estaba leyendo.
To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of...
I see.
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should... As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my...
Okay, then we can...
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caught...
Verga los wallpaper Pizza Tower que le
You
puse.
used to be an eremite merc. We want to keep the roads clear and reduce the loss of materials during transport to...
All right, just leave it.
What are you waiting for then? Let's pack up.
¿Y ya terminó? LOL, todavía no. Pensé que ya
La
estaba.
perra seguía y seguía y seguía.
Ya. Así es. Los diálogos del Genshin, la neta. No te preocupes, te aceptamos tal como eres.
No te preocupes, te queremos igual si te sigue gustando el salami.
Pero no me gusta el salami, me gusta el pepperoni.
Bueno, cada quien.
Llámalo como quieras.
Llámalo como quieras, es la misma mierda, güey.
Me lleva como que 5 anuncios. Déjame checo eso. Ay, sí, cierto, güey.
Me encanta que Twitch, güey, acá llega.
Adiós, Jens.
La cagué con esto.
There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let it...
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing.
Okay.
I'll be careful, though, and...
Aquí me da.
¡Ay, güey! Este también lucha. ¡Ay! ¡Qué coquetón!
Creo que sí se cayó en serio.
¿Qué lo decían, bro? ¡One punch!
Oh my god. He's really
¡One punch! ¡Oh, lo ves!
Ah, el Misa ya subió. ¿Cómo se llama? Ya subió a su Instagram las fotos que se tomó en Japón. Pinche Misa.
Pero eso no ya era de hace años. Bueno, de hace tiempo.
No, fue hace poco, güey. O sea, fue hace como un mes, güey.
¿Un mes?
Como que acepto subió las fotos, güey. Ajá.
Yo lo recuerdo como que fue hace como medio año ya.
No, es que fue otra vez.
Ah, fue otra vez, vaya.
Otra vez para saber si tomó foto.
Sí. ¿Estás herido?
I'm fine. I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert after all. But it's one
¿No lo
thing to fight
discriminaron por
against
prieto?
monsters, and another to
Se
fight
me güey no es prieto.
injury.
No, güey, este güey sí está blanco, güey.
Por Mexas,
With
pues.
age,
Ah,
few
pues, no que yo
mercenaries
sepa.
get to enjoy their later years. Failing at
No hacen tanto pedo por ser extranjero.
No, güey, ya si te ven gringón ahí, te dicen, no, Pearl Harbor, te dicen.
Hijo de puta.
have any children. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story. I joined the Eremites when I was young.
Pinchulín,
and won many battles with them.
Ah, no, esos son los chinos,
My
pendejo.
survival
Esos
was, if at all possible. I want future children of the desert to have. My apologies.
Ta madre,
The
quiero
older
ver
we
si
get.
de madre, sí, normal, güey, chinga tu madre. Voy a ver. ¿Quieres tú, güey? Ah,
I
ok,
think
ok,
it's
ok.
really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people.
Eh.
Maybe he's doing this out of natural
La carne ya me la acabé. Y ya comí, y ya desayuné cochinita, digo, para variarle.
struggles of his life.
Me suena a alguien que conozco.
Perhaps. To clarify, some people call me an idealist. I do have, but my situation is more complex than that. When I was young, I
Aprovechando todos los
impulsively
cupones que me
encouraged
dieron
my
porque me
father
dieron
to
mal
take-
la
he set off
pinche orden de la
confidently
semana
hoping
pasada.
to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression. I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where at this point, I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my
A ver, den
ideology.
ideas.
He told me a
Y el
long
que diga
time
pito,
ago
güey,
that no
come,
matter
güey.
how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of
Eres un idiota.
He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists.
Pero. Bueno, ya, olvida lo que. Te iba a decir, ¿y quién te iría a decir pito? Pero.
No mames, güey, ¿quién más?
Ya.
¿Cómo que quién, güey?
I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons. Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown, as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world.
Por fin.
Just as there are different, and when I finally run out of stamina,
Ta madre, tengo todo el puto ya con
will
esa
help me,
chingadera del
right?
John Cena, güey.
Pinchilín.
El bichilín. Oye, bichilín.
Oh, please. It's not
Ya
like
es
we're
hora,
actually
Oscar.
talking about swimming. Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found
¿Ya
me
es
at the
hora?
tavern.
Qué rollo, pinche Oscar.
All right.
IMT.
Qué rollo.
You are the Yemsey del verdadero y true Yemsey.
A huevo, el true, güey, pero con V porque soy metalero, güey.
Porque siento que hablan de mí con respecto a lo del pito, ¿verdad?
Sí, claro que sí.
Ay.
Yemster.
No lo sé.
Güey, tú mismo te la estás aventando solo, cabrón.
Oye, Oscar.
Pues de qué estaban hablando hace rato, de comida, ¿verdad? ¿Qué?
Sí, güey. Ahí está, güey.
Eso sí sonó bien inesperado, güey.
Watch el nuevo audio.
Racis. Sí, jalo.
What? ¿El maletín?
What's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too small. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the build.
Traveler?
¿Qué pasó?
Oh,
¿Setaria?
we know each other.
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I have heard of you before. My name is Setaria, and I'm currently the person in charge of...
¿Qué hubiese pasado si no hubiese conocido a Setaria en las misiones de la 3.2 y hubiese hecho la misión de Kaveh? No tiene sentido.
Ahora
Educational assistance programs.
Oigan, ¿por qué eso no es?
familiar just yet.
Ahorita que ponga Kaveh
If
de
you have
nuevo.
any questions, I'll try my...
I've been commissioned by
Esos dos gatos están cogiendo.
A ver, regresa el pro que escucho son gatos cogiendo, güey, qué pedo.
Pero sí se nota. Tengo que sacar el chat.
Ok.
Ahí están, güey.
¿Qué pedo, güey? ¿Es cierto? Güey, y aparte el de arriba es N, güey. No, porque no pasé la puta palabra esa, güey.
Pues, no, es que es N, de netoral.
A la verga.
A la verga.
A la verga.
La madre.
Te iba a contar un chiste que te hace pendejo, pero parece que te lo contaron aquí.
A library.
¿Todavía te falta?
That's right.
Si quiero unos 30 minutos.
Let me get straight to my
Rainbow
questions
de
then.
mientras.
Can
Venga.
you estimate the... Oh, and have any
Buah,
landslides
¿le caes,
occurred
Jamster?
here recently?
¿Al Rainbow?
Claro que sí.
Simón. De hecho andaba buscando que jugar, me iba a poner justo, habría abierto el guardo, pero chinga su madre, vamos al Rainbow.
All right, Badawi, let's go over the budget.
Abro
again.
el Snurf.
We'll keep the building structure the
Por
same,
favor.
but make the place a little bigger. The parts of the
O
project
sea,
that
no
cost
es
the
como
most
que yo
will
soy el
be the
único cabrón que puede jugar un
insulation
día a la
and
semana esa madre.
ventilation materials. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that
Son
shortly.
las 8:25
Our
y ya se
final
fueron a dormir.
cost
Pues
should be
bueno, mañana
around
vamos.
70% of the
dormir
last
Lucas
figure I
también?
quoted. The
No,
whole
mi
thing
papá,
should...
güey.
Maroc has
Ah,
produced
ya.
a sketch for
Yo
all of
pensé,
you
yo
to
pensé
see.
que los de
If
aquí
everyone's
de
okay with
Bollos.
it, the
Esos cabrones son
inspiration just came
vampiros.
to me
Es
naturally.
que güey, hace rato vi a
All I
todos
did-
conectados,
I must give
güey,
you
no, ya no
credit,
está
though.
nadie, güey, qué
If it
pedo.
weren't for your advice and
Hace rato, por
suggestions,
ejemplo, estaba el
I
Lucas,
probably
pero estaba en
wouldn't
la
according
chamba.
to the
El Lucas estaba en la
traditions of my
chamba y
profession.
se fue, y
I
pues
should
en
probably name
consecuencia
this style after
pinches de
you.
dominó, güey. El
Let's
Lucas se
call
va,
it
se van
the
todos.
traveler
ya.
style.
Ay, cabrón.
Voy abriendo el...
Me acabo de
el
sentir
rebusque.
halagado, güey.
Guay. Se aventaron un tiro por el bañilero, ¿por qué?
Oye,
Le llamaré Vladismo clásico. Ey.
Muy clásico.
Oscar. Estuvo muy perra las partidas de The King of Fighter ayer, ¿no?
Sí,
Sí, están chingoncísimas.
¿Hubo partidas ayer aquí, no?
No, ese es el chiste.
Ah,
Lo único que están haciendo aquí es tomar el nombre de mi personaje, Vladi, y ponerle Ismo clásico.
yo no pude estar, güey. Ayer sí tuve un compromiso.
Esa es la cosa, el pinche Lux.
Nunca apareció.
In the
Dijo,
meantime,
vamos a
let's look
jugar
forward to
The
the
King
day
of
when
Fighter.
this building is
Mañana no, es que
completed
tengo
and can finally
tiempo
open
y la
its doors.
chingada. Y Simón desde temprano va y se conectó temprano y se fue y nunca regresó.
XD.
Ni dijo nada, güey, nomás desapareció.
El sufrimiento del presente no es nada comparado con traerle a otros esperanzas del futuro. Güey, me está gustando esta estupidez simplemente porque dan mensajes muy bonitos. Los planos del futuro, o sea, no los planes, sino los planos.
Los planos del futuro, un güey sin nalgas.
Fíjate que...
Perfecto.
Fíjate, Oscar.
Ok, no sé qué pedo. No sé qué pasa en el Rainbow, güey, que lo abro, güey. Siempre que está abriendo, como que se me traba el disco, güey.
Y
En la
después,
tarde fuimos a por acá al lado de un café de mi casa. Tenía disque una promoción de que frappé especial edición Barbie, ¿no? Rosa.
500 bolas.
Y mi novia dijo, pues, ¿de qué será? Hay que probarlo. Y ya, bueno, pues vamos. Ya fuimos y le dije, ¿quieres comprar uno y yo agarro otro de Taro? Así si no te gusta lo cambiamos. Y dije, va. Y él dice, va.
Pero tiene que venir 108 cartas.
Agarramos el de Barbie y uno de Taro, ¿no, güey?
Ay, pendejo.
Ya lo prueba y dice, no mames, sabe a chicle.
Es que me lo hubiera imaginado.
Y le dije, ¿lo quieres cambiar? Sí, está culero. Y yo, bueno. Y la neta, sí, güey, está culero.
Güey, no quería decirlo.
Intuition tells me
Ya
that
metí hasta la madre, Barbie. O sea, no he visto la película, pero ya metí hasta la madre ver todo ahorita de Barbie. Y no es por cualquier otra cosa. Realmente a todos nos gusta Barbie. Es que neta es ya enfermo, güey. ¿Cómo explicarlo? Hace poquito salió una chingadera, güey, que es como una Laura en América, donde salió el caso. Quiero ser una muñeca, pero mi esposo no me deja. Y yo.
No mames.
Y sí, la
güey,
temática era Barbie. Sí, güey, o sea, a mí me estaba ya dando algo. Dije, güey, neta están
abusando de la... Lo hicieron con el Titanic.
Sí, pero lo
Oye,
del Titanic era mínimo chistoso. Que no había nada realmente de chistoso de por medio. Más bien es el tema del fenómeno. Sí, a todos nos gusta Barbie. O sea, no mames, pero bájale de huevos.
No, a mí no.
Hablando de cosas mágicas, güey, jaladas de pito. ¿Viste el nuevo, bueno, no es tráiler, es más, es sneak peek, así de que, pero para no mamar mucha riata, el nuevo tráiler de la serie de Fiona y Cake.
Ya salió hace rato, ¿no?
El tráiler, pero no salió de la serie.
No, el tráiler me refiero. Es que me acuerdo haberlo visto en una de las noticias ruberianas.
Pues salió ayer.
En que viví. Entonces fue de otra madre que seguramente es de la confirmación. Pero a ver, vamos a buscarlo.
Pinches alucines, ¿no? Es más, streamealo porque quiero volverlo a ver.
Fiona.
He understands nothing about my design.
Creo que escribí mal. No, sí salió.
Time to get going. There's no time to...
Va a ser de Max original.
Sí. Pon la del canal de Max, porque luego los otros ponen comentarios pendejos. Que no.
Según yo ya está ahí.
Oh yeah.
Vi el último capítulo, güey, de la de Superman, güey. Y dije, güey, en una parte me asustó porque de verdad subió bien cabrón de tono de un momento para otro. Y dije,
se volvió Steinen de golpe.
Es que, güey, es que llega un momento, según van de traje a un no sé qué pendejada, una fiesta, una mamá así. Y está la Luz Noceda, no me acuerdo cómo se llama Luis. Luis. Iba con un traje, estaba chido. Y él pendejo igual. Lo que pasa es que a Clara se le rompe su pendejada de su manga. Dice, yo te iba a repararlo. Y se van a las escaleras estas y se ve que se quita la chaqueta bien pero te saca bien cabrón de pedo porque para empezar tenía, o sea, escote de espalda, no sé si me explico, o sea, toda la espalda descubierta. Güey, te juro que no vi el que tenía el pasador esta madre en el cuello. Yo dije, me espanté un segundo y dije, no mames, está aquí mi sobrino. Dije, ver, es que sí me espanté, güey. Es más, déjame te mando el pic porque vi el meme. Porque dije, porque decía un meme de verga, me espanté. Yo de no mames, yo también me espanté. Dame dos.
Casi me cago.
Es que, güey, estaba ahí mi sobrino y dije, no. Lo estaba viendo en Nichio. Pero watch esta mamada. Me asusté por un perro seguro.
A ver, Chipotle.
Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him.
Ok, aquí va la otra.
A la virgo. A la virgo.
Sí,
entenderás, la escena es rápida, así que sí me saqué un pedo.
Pues sí, pero por eso tengo vasos aquí.
Bueno, y te digo lo más irónico, güey. Arriba a la izquierda tiene el logozazo de TVPG. Güey,
Simón.
Güey, Oscar, güey, te cuento lo más gracioso, güey. Justo lo cargo Alfa, güey, me acaba de mandar un meme, güey, que se topó exactamente lo que tú me dijiste, güey.
Verga, ¿qué te digo?
Que le acaba de salir, dice.
Sí, me acaba de salir, dice. Déjalo pasar que chitpos, güey.
La de tu papá. ¿Qué chingas?
¿Qué dice? Sí, es que la escena anterior es esa, donde lo jalas, ¿sabes? Y me asusté un segundo bien cabrón, güey. Es demasiada tensión sexual, indeed, güey. Pero bueno, ya le doy play.
Pues viste, güey.
No, pendejo, el video.
Ya.
Dale, pues.
Invítalo,
ya
pues.
Entendí, o sea, no entiendo lo de ahí por qué salió, pero bueno. Y ya invité en la partida y ya le di play al video.
Sí, es el mismo acabo de salir. A ver, déjame le subo al volumen.
Gunter.
¿Te volviste
la mamá de Marceline? ¿Me estás diciendo?
¿Le van a sacar serie a las contrapartes de Hora Aventura?
Indeed.
¡No me... ¡Pendejo!
Simon.
¿Es una precuela?
Más bien es un spin-off.
Ya.
Güey, yo pongo la cara de este personaje y yo digo, chinga, hay un punto en mi pantalla, vamos a quitarlo. Le rasco la pantalla, no se quita. Luego, ¿no será que el personaje tiene lunares? Y sí, tiene lunares. Me siento como un pendejo rascando la pantalla.
Y mira, apareció Gizmo, güey.
¿Quién chingados es Gizmo? Un artista, ¿verdad?
No, pendejo, el güey que concedía los deseos en el Adventure Time. ¿Sí era Gizmo? Espera, yo ahorita estoy confundido.
Está loco.
Era capaz de conceder deseos, pero pues no era la habilidad de los locos.
Ya invité, by the way, otra vez.
Sí, ya.
Que estamos de acuerdo. A mí me mamaba el nombre del rey helado, güey. Simon Petrikov. Suena bien verga, ¿no?
Simón
a la mona pelona.
Obviamente la voy a ver, aunque ni siquiera he acabado de ver Adventure Time, con la mamada. Me negué a ver los capítulos de después de la serie, ¿sabes?
¿Hubo capítulo después de la serie?
Sí, donde explicaban el timeline, la mamada.
Ah, ya.
Y que tenían un tono más adulto, quiero decir, se muere el jaque. Después casi se muere Finn.
Yo honestamente sigo molesto con el final del pobre Finn.
No, ¿qué pasó?
Que no tuvo vieja, güey.
Ah, sí, se quedó solo, güey. Perdón, pero Maga Cazadora. Era la opción.
Era la opción viable. Y lo que más me emputa, fíjate. Venga. O sea, la aspiración de Finn en toda la serie, ¿qué es, güey? Tener vieja.
No te pierdes de mucho, tenía mucho ZZZ a los finales. Dice la rata como.
O sea, la serie desde el inicio eran dos cosas para Finn. Ser un verdadero héroe y tener vieja. Era su acá chingonería. No le dieron su vieja, güey, a pesar de que tenía muchas bitches. No le dieron una concreta, ¿qué pedo? Ah, pero a pinche Marcelina, la boba, sí, toma papi, lesbiana. Ah, pero tu prota, tu modelo a seguir, el chingón, no, a ese güey se la tiene que chaquetear porque no va a tener vieja pura madre. Jódete, y se le murió el hermano, chingate doble.
Tu próstata.
¿Cómo chingados no? Se quedó con la hija de su compa.
The client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either.
Ni modo, mija, tengo que aliviar tensión sexual.
Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel you. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful.
¿Con quién follarías según tu mes de nacimiento? ¡A huevo!
Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them.
Al que le tocó la chica de Garden, cabrón, de Animation, ¿o no?
A ver cómo me llega el pedido ahora, güey, aprovechando que tengo cupones, güey. Me salió súper descuentazo, pero a ver si me llega.
Y si te sale equivocado, con cupones infinitos.
Y ahora se equivocaron, ¿no? De cupones y te dieron de McDonald's.
¿Cómo dijiste, Oscar?
Se compone cupones y te dan los del McDonald's.
Ah, güey, me dando pinche vale de Herrera, la vez.
Puta madre.
Not exactly.
No sé qué es esa madre de pincho, pero es
You're still strapped for more.
Suave.
That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically
no me voy a meter hasta ahorita, güey.
La magia del poder.
But it looks like you still have a lot to learn.
Esto.
Pocho es agosto. Le tocó con el Tentacruel.
Tengo.
Más mainstream, sabroso.
Le tengo mucho cariño a este juego porque a veces dice unas verdades.
Para los de febrero.
A mí me gusta el de noviembre, güey.
Pero todavía sigues teniendo dificultades económicas. Eres el graduado
claro que sí.
más sobresaliente de la escuela de tecnología. Pero todavía tienes mucho que aprender sobre moras. Chingada.
Moritas. Y hablando de moras, otras. Esto creo que te lo dije ayer, ¿no? Lo de la escena de Nelson que me encanta tanto.
La de cuando está hablando de las moras, ¿no? Que me encanta así la chingada y que no sé qué, y llega Skinder y entonces le rompí la le rompí la mazorca.
La maceta. Antes le rompí la maceta. Decía la escena porque me la sé de memoria por alguna razón. Dice, y entonces cuando pruebas las moras frescas no vuelves a tocarlas enlatadas. Quiero decir, y entonces le rompí toda la maceta. Ahora, que si están ácidas, las espolvoreo con un poco de azúcar.
De hecho, dato curioso, güey. La primera vez que vi ese capítulo, güey, fue porque me los cargué por Ares, güey, y fue en castellano, güey.
Yo también la tenía en el iPad, de hecho, en el que era un pinche cubote, no sé si te acuerdas.
Y me acuerdo, güey, porque me acuerdo claramente esa escena porque decía algo diferente a la hora de decía algo al revés, güey, lo decía en castellano, yo me acuerdo, porque decía si algo se está muriendo algo así, le echa tantito limón, decía, güey, en castellano, güey.
Limón. Le echan limón a los mexicanos, por supuesto que sí, no, pero ¿a quién no le echamos limón?
Al sushi, no, mentira, también le echo, me vale verga.
So you want me to join you as an instructor?
Yo cometo la neta un sacrilegio que la verdad ahí sí
What do you think,
Travis?
Travis?
Echarle limón, es Pumpy, creo.
Sí.
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal.
Bueno, fue uno por uno. Bien ahí.
There's no need to
Me voy a meter por detrás, en el burro.
The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here to... As for the pay, how about we start at
¿Quién está disparando?
300,000? Are you
Uy, me
serious?
asusté, güey.
How could you
Esa
offer
madre
so
me
much?
Te voy a abrir, ¿ahí está?
Gracias. Estoy terminando de todas formas, güey. Y al fondo están, güey.
300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige of having
Aquí
the
está,
life
sí.
of Kasharawa. 300,000 is also just the base rate.
Y al fondo en la
Sami, I have to go make some preparations.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300.
Me dan ganas de probar a mí también.
Thanks so much.
Se me olvidó decir Jota que le
I think
caiga,
I
güey.
will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about
pinche
tomorrow?
Gorro, tal vez no me vea.
Some lessons I've learned over the past few years.
Te coció
Probably
balazo.
save those for
Hay un güey
later.
arriba, papá. No, hay un güey arriba.
Let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan.
Hay un güey arriba.
If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
Ahí hay uno yo.
De las 7, ¿ok? 7.
Cubre las escaleras, Chencho.
Puta madre.
Era la nieta del Jack. De hecho, Jemster te dicen por acá.
Simón, es lo que dije hace rato, de hecho.
Ah. Sí, de hecho lo dijeron hace rato, qué pendejo. Vaya Visual Novel, sí, está en modo Visual Novel ahorita.
Vale madre, ¿verdad? Sí.
Ay, pendejo.
Ay, qué pendejada, me salí del otro lado justo.
Solo hay uno dentro. ¿Rompe ahí?
No puedo. Ah, la pared, no, la de frente.
I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I've prepared a lesson plan. Do you want to take a look?
Lesson plan?
Y somos los pendejos, se supone.
I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here.
Ahora, materiales que explican aquí.
Oh, sure. Be my guest.
En los materiales se incluyen todo tipo de conocimientos sobre arquitectura. A simple vista parecen muy completos.
It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start the class whenever you're ready.
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like... There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be...
No need to stress. There are only 20 people in this. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? All right. I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom when class is in session. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
Sí, pusieron ahí un volcán, ¿verdad? Un volcán.
¿Es realmente Alkami tan bueno como parece? Se lo preguntaré a la gente de la zona.
Hace rato tenía.
Sospechoso.
Did you hear? Alkami Alkami recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
And that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those who can pass its entrance exam. So only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Kasharwar. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the Mora.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
Entro por acá, Oscar.
Lleva otro tiro, otro pendejo por ahí. Sí,
Hey there. Can I help you?
Pero es un poco un desmadre,
chicos.
Oh, Alkami?
Puedo romper la
You
barricada
mean
esta, de
that
hecho.
rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of Mora for it, too. I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his
no sé
footsteps.
dónde está. El punto es que me sale abajo mi vida.
If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession.
No mames. Como le falla ese escopetazo al Goyo, güey. Ahí veo entrando, Oscar. Ahí está, güey. No sé qué se asoma el pinche Goyo, güey. Ten cuidado.
All right, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I scare anybody?
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh. We were just a bit lost and didn't get what you were talking about.
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, the more upset I became. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture. In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, he must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs.
Pinche visual novel te estás aventando, güey.
Nothing about the underlying
Es que está en modo visual novel, de hecho.
Ah, no mames.
Está literal, o sea, son historias de personajes, o sea, estilo visual novel. Para no hacerla larga. XD.
Ay.
Sí, o sea, son como encuentros con esos personajes que...
Ah, ya.
¿No más?
Uy, no hemos repasado
¡Citas!
arriba.
Pinche juego, pinche Genshin. Qué hermosas citas.
Güey, imagínate una cita con la Paimon, güey. Se va a sentir como cuando sacas a la pinche Minion que mide 1.50.
Ay, cabrón. ¿Pulgadas o qué?
Arriba y eso me preocupa.
¿Pulgadas?
Tienes a la mascota Samurai, Simón.
Eso fue atrás, ¿no?
Sí, vienen de enfrente.
Sí, ya vi, vienen de ahí atrás.
How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful...
But, Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art.
No, hombre. Está mal, eh.
You're studying architecture to make Mora?
No mames, me vio
Why
la
else would we be
pinche
studying here?
plantita, un pixel
My
de
biggest
piecito,
dream is to
güey.
become
No
someone
mames,
like
qué
Mr.
jalada,
Alkami.
güey.
Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Un pixel de teta de
In that
piecito.
case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that he also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions. It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind me.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
But Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
Qué cagado.
What's wrong, Kaveh? You look quite flustered. Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all...
Yeah, I'm mad at them. I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. But we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was if your client is unhappy, you can't break ground. And the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, you know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie?
Look, Kaveh, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making Mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and
wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
Hola, Tosho.
Hola.
Hola. Me streamean.
Yo le streameo.
Vas.
Pero en vergüenza porque está la partida empezada. La verga.
That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is none of the students will ever know. In their eyes, all of my income was earned. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the when that happens. Your facade will pop like a soap bubble.
But that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom, as long as I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certificates.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond this.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like only fools will see art as revered and sacred, I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world. As the light of the Ksharawar, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources. Think it over, Kaveh. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
I'm so mad. I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at the center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to... The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to prove. Oh? Did you notice something else?
Oye, sí es cierto.
¿Qué pasó?
Algunas... No, acá en mi juego.
Estamos en la casa de Bluey, güey.
Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was
Oye,
300,000
¿me
more
Bluey,
per lecture.
¿Está chila?
That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes.
Dan las series infantiles, pero tampoco esperes un lore super mamado, ¿eh?
Oh, ya.
Pues es... No, mamá.
O sea, es algo normal, pero en sí no trata al espectador como imbécil, güey.
Ya hacía falta caricaturas así, güey.
Yo voy a decirlo así
Everything on making it rich as an architect.
No,
Do you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition?
Aquí excelente jugando arcoiris 6 gays.
We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them.
Hace un tiempo me confundí con Pocho que le quería decir, do you wanna
We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alcami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to...
Y Gay 6 iba a poner y se me fue la letra y puse Gay 6.
Gay 6. Rainbow Gay 6.
Rainbow Gay 6. Pero bueno, el punto.
Abajo.
Así te lo voy a dejar, Junister. Así de cómo
here?
explicarte Bluey es mi apoyo emocional actualmente.
Verga.
Buenas noches, amor.
No, no, chamo. Mira, la neta, no sé por qué te puedes saber esas pinches series tan wholesome, güey, en vez de poder ver The Voice, esas mamadas, güey.
Bueno, The Voice es buena, pero...
güey, The Voice sí está muy buena, güey.
¿Ya van a empezar?
Totalmente diferentes.
Sí, güey. El pedo aquí es el fandom, güey. La neta, cuando empezó The Voice, güey. La neta, güey, el fandom éramos yo y otros 5 pendejos, güey. De los cuales 3 la confundieron con pinche Justin Leach. Pero pues, güey, la neta The Voice es muy buena, pero ya se llenó de edgys, güey. Pero la neta, güey, sí, vean The Voice, güey, muy buena serie.
Se llenó de gente igual a Homeland.
When I first got
into The Voice es donde sale Coqueta y Audaz.
Coqueta y Audaz. Ah, sí, el que sale aquí viene Audaz. Ese, Simón.
Going from admiration to assessment
will take
a lot of time and specialized knowledge.
¿Cómo se llama? Es lo que hubiera sido Marvel, si no... Digo,
allá arriba en el refrigerador está un lesson.
Es lo que...
Ahí tienes aquí uno, pendejo.
Creo que es la forma más realista que puede representar a los superhéroes, güey.
I'm not trying to crush your dreams.
Algo que nunca haría Disney.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kaveh. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though.
Sí, de hecho va a salir Homelander güey, a huevo. Y también va a salir el Omniman. El Omniman tiene también el piensa, Mark, piensa. ¿Qué quedará dentro de 500 años? Mortal Kombat, papá.
A mí sí me daría
the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Really?
Oh, no, que
pull your leg.
Puta madre, güey.
Can see you have some talent.
Me dio un puto embolia cerebral, güey, y le puse espacio sin querer, güey. Chica.
Se mató
el de arriba del refri. No, sí. Pensé que le podía piquear, pero está muy bien posicionado.
Really afford the tuition for this class.
Ya se bajó.
Güey, la neta, güey. Conociendo a Ed Boon, güey, sé que va a meter un chingo de referencias a los memes de Homelander y de Omniman.
Ya lo viste ahí al fondo.
No, ya lo vi.
Oye, la neta, güey, si no hay un fatality donde Omniman me aplasta la cabeza a los enemigos con sus nalgas, güey, no quiero nada.
How much did your family borrow from...
I think it was several million more.
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know
¿Y
is
qué opinan de que ahora John Cena es canon de Mortal Kombat, güey?
El último es el, ya sabes, el pendejo de...
¿Cómo se llama ese compa? No lo identifico, güey.
Peacemaker sale en la Suicide Squad, pero la chila, no la culera.
Yeah,
I have a bad
La que vimos con el Charlie. ¿Tú sí estuviste Lucas cuando vimos Suicide Squad?
Ajá, en esa ocasión.
Por razón.
There's no way he'd admit to anything.
Muy buena película, por cierto.
Hey, tell me, do you...
We last saw him.
La versión de James Gunn, no la de Zack Snyder.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No.
Tenían de
The
todo.
art
Son
shouldn't
unos
be used
putos
as
de la
bait
partida
for a scam.
anterior los que tenemos en el equipo, güey.
¿Sí son? O sea, nuestro equipo.
Sí.
Vaya.
We need to do something before the students'
Dato
lives are
que
ruined
nadie
even
me
further.
preguntó porque igual me vale verga, güey. El personaje Peacemaker fue la inspiración para hacer a The Comedian en Watchmen.
Hasta ya.
Homelander y a Black Mira.
Lul.
Simón, güey, no solo a Black Noir, también a Starlight.
¿No metieron a Motherfucker?
Sí, vi un...
Sí, los metieron al Motherfucker, güey. Irónicamente, sí le echamos Motherfucker al jugar con nosotros de cortamos morros.
Lo que me gusta, ahorita que dijiste esto, güey, me acordaste de una imagen que le había mandado a Sage, güey, que una de las placas de un auto en Estados Unidos tenía...
1v1 Modern Warfare 2.
El
1v1
MW, haciendo referencia a Need for Speed Most Wanted, güey.
Simón.
Y un pendejo, güey, le contesta en los comentarios Need for Speed en Modern Warfare, güey.
A huevo.
Tienen Bandit.
Es que yo pensé que ibas a decir porque yo he visto una, güey, que decía 1v1 Modern Warfare. O sea, 1 versus 1 v1 MW2, güey.
Alkami, my friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class,
güey, la neta,
but they're a
güey,
bit
pinche
short
Modern
on
Warfare 2
money.
es clásico, güey, que juega.
Alkami told us you're the man to go to
El nuevo
in this
también,
kind
¿no?
of
Pero pues,
situation.
Toda la gente se excitó de que Microsoft regresara a los servidores multijugadores de todos los Call of Duty, güey.
Sí, güey. La neta sí se la rifó, pinche Microsoft,
How
güey.
much do you need?
No, y sumando el hecho de que Microsoft sí tiene retrocompatibilidad gratis. Luego PlayStation de que si lo quieres hay que volver a comprar.
Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you.
Lo compraste digital, te la pelaste. Si quieres jugar tu juego de Play 3, güey, tienes que volverlo a comprar, güey, para jugarlo en tu Play 5.
Here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay back the loan in full within 3 years.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean you won't
Pues
be able to
con
pay it
las
back?
IPs más dracónicas y nadie queriendo compartir y no dejar que juegues tus propios juegos, cómo no.
Y luego también la gente que se quiere llevar Call of Duty a Nintendo.
En escaleras está listo.
Difficulties and need to delay the
Uy,
installments.
casi te metes en
It's no
Stairs.
big deal. We're all reasonable people here. It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with Mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're
Otro que le
reading
caiga.
every
No mames, la
single
venta está allá,
line,
güey,
it's
chinga
like
tu
you're
madre.
worried you're
¡Ay,
about
sí
to
le
get
diste uno!
scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you? Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for the...
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, of course the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of Mora per year. Most people can't even make that much Mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
¿Tienes otra cámara?
What are you trying to say, huh?
No es la cosa, güey, me da culo.
¿Que te vamos a llevar de cabeza al calabozo, amigo? Mejor preguntárselo a la matra.
I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and teach these guys a lesson!
Vaya.
Eremites. I've already fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up!
Feeling lucky today? Come on, you coward! Take that!
Tenacious!
¿Sabes dónde aprendí a jugar así?
Boom! Truth hurts!
Y no, güey, aprendí a jugar así en Valorant.
Who are you and what do you want? I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be.
Hay 2 minutos para evitar los drones.
De la azulita.
But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate
bueno,
is still
no sé qué,
somewhat reasonable.
o sea, me quedé pensando porque digo, ¿por qué mi sub me están diciendo lo de Bluey, que me lo recomendaban? Y yo cara de que, bueno.
Solo es eso. Mira, no es por nada, a mí me entretiene porque pues es entretenible, pero tampoco esperes algo a nivel MLP, güey.
Ah, no, tampoco, güey, no mames.
Porque cuando yo te digo...
Ahí donde se pine 3.
Porque cuando yo te digo que no esperes un lore así muy mamón, es como que si ves MLP que tenía un universo muy estructurado, güey. Acá es como de... muy wholesome, muy The Voice, güey. Mejor ve The Voice, güey. No veas The Voice.
It's their own fault for falling into the trap.
Muy anti-voice.
Algo que me gustó de la serie es de que, por muy wholesome que sea, los personajes se hartan de hacer mucho lo mismo, güey. Y eso se nota mucho en el papá porque el papá sí quiere a sus hijas, pero llega a un punto donde dice, ya mi hija no estés chingando.
Póngase a jalar, póngase chambear
como cualquier padre real.
O sea, es ahí donde yo digo, los personajes ahí sí tienen como que esa personalidad no es siempre como, papá cerdito, jaja, me he hecho pedos en el lodo, o sea, no, güey.
They should be able to link him with Alkami's business.
Opa.
No me mate, por favor.
Thank you.
Sino? Didn't think I would run into you here.
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia.
¿Qué cosa?
Who's this?
Que extraño la Liti, grito.
Con Michi River, ¿por qué te pusiste el micro?
No es necesario que te suene una cámara,
Te escuchas como así, como un chingo de eco, güey. Tú tu pinche River.
Aló.
As it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from the scheme.
No me acuerdo.
The Matra will open an investigation on him as well. The trained penny funds we managed to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however.
Vea sonidos y pon el de racista, por favor.
Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall us anyway. Thank you for your help.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in
Yo
this
cuando
anyway?
se viste en mi chat, la verga.
¿Cómo que no fue headshot, güey?
¿Te puedo añadir otro? Ah, no sé.
Did you accept any more from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 more per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
That's good.
What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if I had actually accepted any Mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far.
No.
But
Tenemos
had
una
he
mira,
insisted
pero
that you were
nos
also
hablan
an
arriba, así que
active
yo no.
participant in his schemes,
Te hablan arriba,
under
James.
either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this.
Mierda.
Had you actually been all right with making money through less than noble...
Hey, what was that? What do you mean, my lord?
Never mind.
No mames, te
Your life
pusieron a
is fine.
putos ahí, güey.
Just messing with me now.
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully
Te
resolved,
rascan la espalda con una
you'll
pinche...
be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia. Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to...
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of Mora they've...
All right, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some Mora.
¿Qué tipo de Pokémon es?
Tipo Minecraft.
Lucha y acero.
Es mixto, tiene tanto ataque como ataque especial. Es sweeper, no tiene nada de defensa, aunque, bueno, tiene un poco de defensa y un poco de velocidad, por eso en competitivo vale verga y por eso le dieron una mega evolución. Porque a pesar de que tiene mucho ataque y ataque especial, no lo aprovecha muy bien por su pinche, por sus estadísticas medias en defensa y velocidad. Puede soportar un que otro putazo, güey, pero tiene una debilidad muy grande que es ser acero.
Acero es el mejor
es el que más defensa tiene, pero es el que más debilidades tiene. Bueno, uno de dos que más debilidades tiene.
But now that I've experienced that for myself,
sí, Roca es débil a todo.
I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again.
Son débiles a casi todo. Bueno, no es que sean débiles a todo, es que son débiles a elementos demasiado básicos.
Sí, a rayo, agua, a hierba.
Agua,
según
planta,
yo, eléctrico lo
lucha.
resiste.
Eléctrico sí lo resiste. Acero es débil a fuego, lucha. No me acuerdo si era roca o hielo, uno de esos dos. ¿Y qué otra debilidad tenía acero? Recuerdo que tenía 4. Por cierto, no reforzaron
Every scholar
nada.
has their own sense of pride
Yo
and
puse
a line
4
that they don't like to
refuerzos.
cross.
Yo andaba valiendo verga, perdón.
When faced with the vicissitudes of
Yo me
life,
pregunto qué es el Bandit.
some will
Obviamente el
surrender.
Bandit
Just
nomás está
speaking
jugando
for
Bandit
myself,
porque
though,
tiene la
I don't
MP7,
think
güey.
that's something I'd ever be able to do.
Que no está
The voice in
reforzando
my
ni está
heart would
poniendo
just
sus
keep
bandidos.
repeating one thing. The moment I turn
Hay gente
away from
arriba.
my dreams would be the moment if I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more
Me rompieron
comfortable
aquí.
life.
Y eso no.
But at the same time, my sense of
Bueno, voy por comida,
intuition
hombre, que
and
ahorita tengo.
understanding for the arts would, at that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that
Muerto
kind of
Fuse.
existential reckoning.
De hecho, ese sí es bastante importante haberlo matado.
I
Ándale, por
appreciate it.
chismosa.
You
Muerto
may call me
Chacal.
conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride. It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. All right, I'll see you tomorrow then.
¿Tú estás marcando o quién está marcando?
¿Quién marca? Pero a mí me da igual, yo me voy a quedar en el TV.
Vale. Pero pues tenemos que estar pendientes de ti para apoyarte en lo que podamos.
Doing detective work means you gotta walk.
Creo que sí está aquí.
Cuando dije me voy a encerrar, literalmente me acabo de encerrar en 4 paredes. Tiene que abrirme a huevo si quiere el TEDx. Voy a reforzar también la pared para que no me dispare a través de paredes.
Qué bueno que te cobraron refuerzos, ¿eh?
I never would have guessed Mr. Alkami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Matra have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Mr. Kaveh said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia.
So, mamona.
Oye, ¿qué le
Easier
pasó a tu
said than
traje?
done. If it was easier to get into the
cierto.
academia, none of us would have signed up for the class in the first place.
All right.
Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own.
Mr. Kaveh might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
Huh?
Now, that's Mr. Kaveh to you. I'm here as your instructor, so let's keep things a little more proper. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer, and pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer. I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
Yo pensaba que estaban hablando sobre, por ejemplo, el mod para tener más jugadores. Que son ustedes.
Eso no ocupa mucho porque el pinche gordito lo hizo, pero con la
consola. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip.
Cuando abres el mod manager, te sale una...
You'll know once we get there.
De muchos
Come on,
juegos.
let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their pencils and sketch pads.
Y ahí buscas el risco remindo.
Chica, ve a dónde te llevas a los niños.
Sala de estar y biblioteca.
Le pones el risco rindos y ya le pones que es la versión de Steam.
Primer piso, ya sé cuál es. Yo odio esa zona.
Y ya luego que está ahí, te va a decir que crees un perfil. Le pones el nombre del perfil, lo creas y le pones tu profile. Y ya a partir de ahí, de la página que te mandé, nada más en la misma página del mod, más abajito te dice descargar con el mod manager y te lo descarga directo al mod. Y ya ahí se instala y todo, ya no hay problema. Con que te diga la de esta, la cochinadita que está en palomita, y ya puedes launchar el juego en la versión variada.
Vaya, es el...
Ese mod manager es el que te permite...
Es el edificio que diseñó la madre.
This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like. In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kaveh, the light of the Ksharawar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
Ah, sí, las verdadera. Oh, shit.
I'm fucking dead.
Qué puto.
Primera clase. La relajatetera en un edificio. Kaveh está todo extrañado. Ese es el mejor edificio que hay en tu corazón. Así como el refugio que te pertenece a ti. Y solamente a ti. La relajatetera. Bueno, ya he terminado. No es que me vaya a salir. Uy. ¿Por qué me falta una protogema? Tremendo desgraciado. Me falta una protogema.
¿De lo que compré?
Sí.
Vas.
Perdón, ¿estamos? Ahí, a ver.
Bueno, que me regalaron, más bien. A ver.
¿Qué te regalaron?
Una poronga así de grande. No.
¿Qué cosa?
Mis audífonos.
Ah, ¿te regalaron los audífonos?
Los audífonos que tengo son mi regalo de cumpleaños.
LOL.
Yeah.
¿Qué chingón?
Chingón, a mí me regalan pura riata.
No, puras medias. Y interiores.
Uy, qué bueno que ya no hay fuego amigo aliado en la fase de preparación.
Sí, ¿no? Wow, la cámara esta no le hallo forma, no le hallo...
No le hallo el rabo, ¿no? Como quien diría.
¿A quién no le haya... ¿Qué?
Estos son los que me compré, Iván. Pero te recomiendo más comprarlos en Gringolandia, güey. Están más baratos, güey.
¿Qué?
Pues, de hecho, voy a ir a Gringolandia en agosto.
Esos son, güey. Los que me compré están muy buenos, güey.
No, mamadas. Voy a cerrar aquí. No, ya no voy a gastar ahí mi pendejada. Prefiero lanzar esta acá. Aguas con los brochillitos.
Sí.
De hecho, creo que viene por aquí.
Por eso estoy escuchando esto y estoy poniendo acá la cámara. Guacha. Están escaleras, es la... toca webis.
¿Por qué? Ay.
Uno más.
No, pero casi. Más bien me jodió su pendejada porque me rompió todo.
Ahí es el cuarto.
Ventana de baño.
Bueno, lo mató, pero...
El cuarto.
El gato.
El gato.
¿Qué te salió para descargar eso?
Apenas estoy instalando.
No jodas. Entonces sí, Oscar.
¿Qué?
¿El gato?
Sí.
¿Puedes picarle el botón de racista?
El gato. ¿Cómo que hubo el botón del racista?
Hay un botón que es racista.
¿Cómo que el botón del racista?
El último es la toca.
Que está muy débil. Ya la había bajado con anterioridad.
Es racista.
Debe de estar débil, vale verga, no juego donde el headshot te mata, sí.
De hecho, no mucho cuando el vato ya ni siquiera necesita hacerte headshot, nada más necesita meterte un putazo.
No necesitas darte en las patas.
Se está moviendo alguna de las otras ventanas.
Ya lo escuché, sí, está por acá. Esa no es toca webis.
Es Jackal.
Yo huyo, güey, no quiero que me haga una mamada como ustedes dos.
Bien.
No, cuando vi que los empezaron a matar, güey, dije, no.
Yo tenía una suerte potente estas, ¿eh?
Sí. A ver qué tal rinde este equipo contra estos enemigos.
Parece que está teniendo una lista de mods del Thunderstorm.
Del
Sigue streameando para que pueda.
Sexy.
Break a leg! Eyes on me!
Pinche chillón, maricón, homosexual. Juegan cualquier juego. Hablen con los corridos. Invítanos.
Observe your grand finale.
Impresionante.
Guarden. Adiós, pendejo. ¡Ah!
Ahora vete a la página web, por ejemplo, de donde
El Mbappé.
Porque tengo en este.
Todo el mundo ya entró, pero
Flag slide.
Mira, aquí viene un imbécil. Acaba de ver si se recordó, creo que era el guard.
¿puedes ver tus lentes con tu...
No manches. Tiene atino.
¿Y esto?
Nah.
¿Cómo está la
Y ya ves arriba a la derecha.
Desde el momento abajo en la pero si me pasé.
Para correr el juego con los mods, le aprietas el botón de y ya regresas.
Ah, es que güey cayó en trampa.
Gracias.
Ni pep.
¿Encontraste a alguien?
Quiero romper primero los dones de eco. Ah, pues ya no hay eco. Olvídalo.
Aguas.
Volve, chido.
No destruyes esa madre.
No. ¿Quién te dijo tremenda mentira, Jens? ¿Por qué no?
Nice.
Y pues. Y así vas instalando
Güey.
cosas nada más.
Como la mamá.
Que son dependientes de otros. Abajo.
Como la mamá del día de ayer.
Se requiere para poder jugar con el mod que quieres descargar.
¿En la página?
Sí. Para que también vayas instalando las cosas que te requieren.
Como la mamá del día de ayer. Yo hablando mal de Hoyoverse en corto. Has recibido un correo. 1900 protogemas yo de. Te quiero mucho, Hoyoverse.
Eso pasaba mucho con Death ahí, gente que decía que ahorita vino un bug. Los de Death, gracias por la información, les daba...
We do a really good job.
Le metió a... Che, creo que ¿sabes o les mandaba puro de sangre? No me acuerdo todo.
Thanks, bitch. Here you go.
Es lo único que le puedo respetar a Death y denle todos los puntos de sangre, güey, porque es la única moneda de juego gratuita que no es inútil, güey.
Sí, de hecho, con eso compras literalmente todo lo que necesitas.
No es de que después te vuelva inútil, güey, siempre es útil esa pinche moneda.
¿Necesitamos algo?
De momento nada en particular.
Billy, vamos.
Aguas Spompis. ¿Dónde era? No me acuerdo. Mismo lugar, ¿no? ¿Verdad?
No, creo que era en habitación de mapas.
No.
¿Por qué saqué el dron?
Por güey.
Por güey.
I'll watch your gente, ¿no?
Thank you for completing.
Pues eso fue arriba.
No, pues sí, es el mismo sitio.
Ah, mira.
Bueno. En teoría ya tengo disponible.
Espérame, voy a romper mamadas.
Pero ya está. Bueno, mate esto.
No lo busca.
Ay, creo que la maté.
Ya rompí los mutes. A ver si hay algo más por aquí que sea de importancia. Nada más que la bomba.
Sí, escuché a alguien abajo, alguien bajar, de hecho.
¿Para qué es ese talento? A ver. ¿Lo puedo checar?
¿Está abajo?
Hatch, amigo. Hatch.
Ah, vaya.
Hatch.
Ah, vaya.
Hola,
Vamos, chicos, no me hagan esto.
Nam, nam, nam.
No te hubieras agachado ahí.
¿No me agacho?
No, a tu derecha. Detrás del escritorio.
¿A ese güey?
Sí. En baño otro.
Aquí hay otro.
Justo donde te pinguieron.
Ajá, te
Se
pillé.
esconde. Los dos en el mismo sitio,
Oh, maldición.
Both bathroom.
¿Qué serie recomiendas para Kokomi según YouTube, Geormade y en páginas Perla? Depende para qué lo quieras usar. Si la vas a utilizar para curar, Perla. Si la vas a utilizar para soporte general, en general, Geormada. Si es simplemente healer, pues por eso Perla. La Perla, lo que hace esto de aquí, es full curas. Full curas y además las curas que vas haciendo hacen daño con la burbuja esta. Pero claro, estás especializado en curar, estás especializado en healer. ¿Qué hace la Geoarmada? ¿Y por qué digo que es más soporte? Que también es también cura, por cierto. Cuando tienes la E, la medusa curando, y si haces daño con la medusa al enemigo, te da un 20% de ataque. Que aumenta un 20% el ataque de todos tus personajes por 5 segundos o por 3 segundos. Sí, por 3 segundos. Es una tontería, pero si la medusa está atacando a cada ratito, tienes 3 segundos. 2, 1, 3 segundos otra vez. La medusa ataca de nuevo. Cada 2 segundos se está refrescando este cosa. Puede tener lugar cada 0.5 segundos. Y la medusa hace daño cada 2 segundos, creo. Cada 2 segundos, segundo y medio. Entonces esto se va activando nuevamente. Hasta que se vaya la cosa. Y claro, esto viene bien para el resto del equipo. Para que Kokomi sea, por así decirlo, un soporte del resto del equipo. No sea solamente un simple healer. Con Perla, Kokomi cura bastante. ¿Dónde está la Perla? Y además haces daños con tus propias curas. Con Perla, un bono de curación. Vas curando bastante. Y con la curación que vas haciendo daño con la misma Kokomi. Pero claro, si no te sirve ese gameplay, igual también puedes utilizar el de soporte. ¿Cuál llevaría yo? Probablemente el de Geoarmada. Pero depende mucho de qué tipo de artefactos, qué estadísticas me vengan saliendo en el artefacto, en los sets de artefactos. Pero probablemente lo llevaría con esto. ¿En qué situaciones no lleva geoarmada a Kokomi? ¿O en qué por qué no lo llevaría? Porque la medusa tal vez no se recarga lo suficientemente rápido. Por ejemplo, el escudo de Zhongli. En el escudo de Zhongli puedo hacer lo siguiente, a ver. Este que lleva geoarmada, ¿no? Zhongli, preferencia geoarmada. El set de geoarmada, ¿no? Puedo tirar la E y se queda ahí el pilar, ¿no? Y va haciendo esas onditas que van pegando al enemigo. Y me está dando 20 de ataque porcentual, 20 de ataque porcentual, 20 de ataque porcentual. Pero ya ven, me vuelve a poner la E. O sea, la puedo volver a poner. El pilar. O sea, es fácil volver a poner el pilar. En Kokomi no es fácil volver a poner la cosa esta. Porque tu cooldown es mucho más alto. Déjame ver si está aquí. El del activo y la duración de la cresta es mucho más alto. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está Kokomi? Por aquí debería estar. Aquí está. Claro, como no lo tengo dado. Talentos, medusa, atributos, tiempo de duración 12 segundos. Tiempo de espera 20 segundos. Es mucho. Y tienes 8 segundos sin la segunda pasiva del eje armada. Digo, la del señor Zhongli no... O sea, vendría a ser lo mismo, ya que el enemigo generalmente no está siendo afectado por el pilar. Pero es que a Zhongli yo lo llevo con albedo. Yo lo llevo tal que así. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa si llevo albedo? Es muy fácil. Las dos estas van resonando. Esta es la del Zhongli y esta es la de albedo. Y cuenta como daño de Zhongli. Esta resonancia también activa la ¿cómo se llama? El talento pasivo del artefacto. La habilidad del artefacto. Entonces estoy incrementando el área de del pilar. Con Kokomi no pasa eso. Aún así es bastante fuerte el soporte que da Kokomi con geoarmada. Yo podría llevar la geoarmada, pero como digo, en mi caso en especial, yo estaría viendo si los artefactos salieron bien. Y ya no digo con probabilidad crítico o daño crítico, que eso no llevaría a Kokomi, sino más bien que en la pluma, el ataque, tenga vida porcentual, muchísima vida porcentual. Eso estaría chido. Y recarga de energía igual manera. Que en la flor venga recarga de energía, vida porcentual, muchísima. Y así me sale la tenacidad de la geoarmada, pues le pongo geoarmada, el set entero. Y si no, si me viene a salir en el de perla oceánica, pues lo dejo con perla oceánica. Igual el daño que te da perla oceánica tampoco es despreciable. Ya ven lo que hace Kiki por la perla oceánica, o lo que hace Bárbara con perla oceánica. O sea, el daño extra que proporcionan estos dos personajes. Daño físico, que proporciona esos personajes al estar presentes es interesantón.
Ya hay reclutas.
No, pues mejor me instalo todas las morras de la primera línea porque es las únicas chidas, güey.
Pasa no.
Ya lo dejaron más chingones.
Que tengo set. Hace.
Es que me dio sed.
Hace hambre, chicos. Hambre.
Hola, Nook. Hola, Nerfio. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, verga.
La verga.
Hola.
¿Quién?
No, yo no, que yo ya. Esos menos 5 puntos son ficticios, me lo dieron por esto.
Me gustaría que la Femme Bandido tuviese más culo teta, pero los pinches muslos que se caben. Ahí lo dejo.
Beg for mercy.
Vale.
More
Se le sepa todo el monte. Aquí hay un güey y es un recluta. Está tumbado en el piso, ¿Alguien puede masacrarlo? ¿Alguien que esté cerca? No hay nadie cerca.
No, no sé.
Lo verga.
Es una virga. ¿Viste?
A la virga. A la virga. ¿Te lo cosiste con la pistolita Nerf?
Ay, puro Free Fire.
El recluta se fue para arriba.
¿Qué puro Free Fire?
Puro Free Fire.
Estoy viendo tu mira.
Aquí está el recluta.
Gracias, puntos suspensivos. Me excedí un poquito, ¿verdad?
Estoy aquí para plantar, de hecho.
Va para donde estás tú, Oscar.
Es que, bueno, supongo que a mí me da lo de dar mucho detalle en estas situaciones, ¿sí? Pero es que, pues, ¿qué les puedo decir? Me gusta justificar mis puntos, ¿va?
Crush. Shudder. I condemn you.
LOL.
El atómico.
Atómico.
Patada nuclear.
El corazón atómico, tío.
Te van por esa puerta, creo,
Está bien.
Yo te digo si te viene.
¿Se te viene?
Y lo chido es que te puedes instalar varias skins así, porque como te la toma como una skin diferente dentro del juego. Puedes tener
¿en serio?
Sí, cuando vayas a seleccionar el personaje,
Ahí va, corta.
a la derecha sí ves que dice como overview, ves como unas skins hasta abajo.
Sí.
Las puedes tomar como si fueran skins.
Solidify.
Ya.
Dije ya, la verga, güey. Que no mames, cabrón. De disparar de cadera es pura jalada.
Hubieras corrido y le hubieras metido un putazo.
Hubiera, pero pues la maté.
Ay, pendejo, no era con estos personajes que tenía que filmar.
Jugar Rimbus.
¿Cómo?
Te voy a enseñar a jugar Rambito 6 a 6.
Yo soy un noob, güey. Me escogí este porque se pasa el triple H.
¿Qué?
A ver.
Lo que tienes que hacer es metértelo en la nalga.
A la verga, con la noscopia gratis.
Ya lo que tienes que hacer es depositarme $100 millones a mundodesconocido.com.
¿Cuántos? 10 millones, pero solo tengo 9.900 millones, $999,000.
Son como 5 millones de pesos.
No mames, son como $15.
Pero solo tengo 12 millones. Ah, no hay pedo.
Tendrás que darme.
Te conviertes en Datadex en esos momentos. Es que, pues, a ver. Fácil, llego a las 2000 horas, 2500 horas ya en este juego. Quiero decir, he detallado el uso de cada cosa en este juego, por lo que digamos que tengo experiencia, ¿va? Y esa experiencia es fácil que me salga a explicar. O más bien, fácil que me salga a detallarla. Detallar los datos de artefactos, incluso detallar las estadísticas de estos artefactos. Por cierto, de estos artefactos hay uno que es buenísimo. No era este, ¿verdad? Había uno de estos que creo que es uno de estos, de estas copas de daño. ¿Es este? No, no es este. Aunque es buenísimo, ¿eh? Wow. ¿Qué hace Amber con esto? Tú. ¿What? ¿Tú? Hamana. Yo y Milla, ¿dónde está? Aquí está. What? A ver, ¿qué pasó? No era una copa. ¿O sí era una copa? Bono daño pyro. Esta copa de bono daño pyro está mejor, hombre. Está todo de cabeza, ¿no? Voy a tener que revisar la build de mis personajes porque como claro, voy reemplazando artefactos. No me fijo muy bien qué estoy haciendo. Probabilidad de crítico 7.4, daño crítico. Esto es cambiable sí o sí, ¿eh? Pero, a ver, Amber, ¿es un placeholder o por qué está así Amber? No es un placeholder. Creo que lo ocupé para hacer un showcase y nada más, ¿eh? Así que lo voy a intercambiar de acá, acá. Y tú. Ya hay gran diferencia. Oh, nada más. Ya te aparecen los lentes y los dientes de fuera. Ya entiendo el meme. Ya, no, es una corona, es una corona. Es una corona lo que estoy buscando. ¿Dónde está? Aquí está. ¿Verdad? Sí, esta corona es buenísima. Esta corona es buenísima. Tiene un chingo de recarga de energía. Tiene daño crítico y es de probabilidad de críticos. Tiene un chingo, un putamadral de recarga de energía. Medianamente bien. Había un artefacto que me había salido con un chingo de probabilidad de críticos. ¿Qué hace eso con vida, probabilidad de críticos? No. ¿Cuál era mi artefacto, mi mejor artefacto de substat probabilidad de críticos? No era este, definitivamente. Ah, pero es de maestría elemental. Qué triste. Este lo subí porque YOLO, ¿eh? Qué mamada. Igual sigue siendo 14. Ah, obviamente, no. 14. Estos de aquí que tengan daño crítico. A ver, los de probabilidad de crítico creo que son obvios. Todos son obvios. Tiene que ser de daño crítico. Y la chingada. Y está. ¡Wow! 15.9, brother. $15.9, loco. Este gorro es buenísimo. Que fue una defensa. Y no fueron las mejores ascensiones de probabilidad crítico, ya lo sé. Pero es buenísimo. El de Ayato. Por eso Ayato está roto. Por eso Ayato lo tengo roto. Voy a consumir este nada más. Y ya. Y no me alcanza ni siquiera para una multi, ¿no? Me digo, para un deseo más. No. 49, saco de aquí 90 nada más. Sí. Saco 90 nada más. Esto se desbloquea en 4 horas, que ya son las 12. Claro. En fin. Yo lo voy dejando por aquí, amiguitos. Al final de cuentas hicimos 4 horas de las 3 horas que teníamos que hacer para el siguiente stream, hacer 2 horas. En teoría me falta solamente 1 hora para terminar mis 30 horas reglamentarias que me pide Hoyoverse para poder reclamar las recompensas. Nada mal. Nos hemos... sin querer, aventado las horas necesarias. Ya el día de mañana continúo con algo, un poquito de Genshin, 1 hora de Genshin. Y nos metemos, qué sé yo, a otro juego. El Nike, por ejemplo. O cualquier cosa que podamos streamear en ese momento, el día de mañana. Tal vez, muy probablemente, el For the King. Que hoy día lo íbamos a jugar, ya escucharon que lo íbamos a jugar, pero ya se pusieron a jugar el Rainbow Siege y la verdad no los quiero molestar. Se nota que se divierten, bueno, entre muchas comillas, o sea, se enojan, pero quiero creer que se divierten cuando juegan el Rainbow Six. Así que no me gustaría interrumpirlos a los amiguitos. Que sigan jugando en paz y ya tendremos otra oportunidad para jugar el For the King. Dale, pues entonces nos vemos en otra ocasión, Vlad. Dale, tú, Lucario. Gracias a ti por quedarte hasta aquí, hasta el final. Nos vemos en una próxima ocasión. Tal vez el día de mañana porque estoy agarrado de los huevos, ya les digo. Me falta 1 hora de Genshin. Y probablemente ya después le demos otra cosa, como les vengo diciendo. Entonces, ahí nos estaremos viendo en otra ocasión. Bonita noche. Hasta otra. Bye bye.